It's 6:02. It's Monday, June 12th, 2023. It's time for our regularly scheduled city council meeting. Want to welcome everyone. Clerk, certify the meeting notice, please.
This meeting has been noticed in accordance with Idaho Code 74-204.
Clerk, call roll.
Councilmember Heller.
Present.
Councilmember Jacobs.
Here.
Councilmember Jorgensen. Here. Councilmember Page.
Here. Thank you. Next item is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you join me, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
It's too bad we can't see the crowd.
Yeah.
Item D is changes to the agenda. Hearing none, we'll move on to the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I move to approve the consent agenda.
second. Got a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk call the roll.
Councilmember Heller.
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobs.
Yes.
Councilmember Jorgensen.
Yes.
Councilmember Page.
Yes.
Thank you. Item F, special business. This is a State Street corridor update. Ms. Thornborough, are you taking care of this?
Mayor, members of the council, we do have a VRT that intends on coming and speaking to the council tonight. I'm not seeing the individual, and we also have ACHD online as well. But I'm not seeing the giver of the presentation.
So Stephen
present.
Hunt isn't with us.
He is not yet.
Okay. Well, we'll just defer that till later in the agenda if he joins us. Make sure Stephen isn't on there.
He did note that he would be cutting it short to get here by 6 o'clock, so hopefully he's here momentarily.
Okay, thank you.
And Mayor, just to note that Edinson Bautista with ACHD is on as well for questions when we.
Edison, can you hang with us until Stephen gets here?
Mayor Evans, yes, I will be here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go ahead and start on item G, and when Stephen gets here, we can suspend that discussion and move back to item F. So item G is the third reading for ordinance 1034-22. Ms. Thornborough.
Mayor and members of the council, tonight for the third reading, there is a draft A and a draft B of the parking ordinance that's been provided to you. Both drafts have very similar highlighted changes that we spoke about at the previous meeting. And those items are highlighted, and they were mostly clerical in nature to better clarify some of the regulations. The difference between the two drafts are really come down to the ratios of residential parking that would be required. Draft A is drafted at 1.6 spaces per unit. And the theory at that 1.6 spaces per unit is that once a development reaches a certain size, the number of driving occupants will kind of even out. And so there could be just one ratio applied. Draft B hones in on 1 in studio bedrooms and then 2 and more bedrooms, having 1 space required for 1 bedroom or studios and 2 spaces for more than 2 bedrooms. And the theory behind that is it really hones in specific to the application. There was a spreadsheet that was sent out with a packet that kind of compares the two with some of the applications that the city has received, as well as another spreadsheet that notes that 40% 1 bedroom is kind of where that tipping point would be. So it would switch over where there's actually more stock, parking stock at that 1.6 ratio up until 40%. And with that, I stand for any questions.
Before we get into questions, Mr. Hunt just joined us. So he's to your left. So sorry for the start and stop, but in deference to Mr. Hunt's time, let's pause this discussion on parking for just a few moments. And Stephen, you want to join us at the podium?
Might be better right there. And thank you, Mayor,
Want to make
members
an
of the
introduction,
council.
Jen?
I'll make a very quick introduction. As already noted, Stephen Hunt with VRT Valley Regional Transit is here tonight for an update on the State Street corridor, as well as Edinson Bautista with ACHD is available for questions. Garden City has been a part of the State Street corridor planning effort since 2006, when the city first joined into a memorandum of understanding on how to address the State Street corridor as a bus rapid transit corridor. And with that, I'll turn it over to Stephen.
Welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. I apologize for being late. Thank you for taking the time to let me present tonight. So I just was going to go through a couple of things about State Street. As you may be aware, there's been an ongoing effort to improve the State Street corridor. And I'm going to talk about a couple of those efforts, beginning with the State Street Transit and Traffic Operations Plan that was passed in 2011. And then we'll talk about the State Street TOD study. That's a transit-oriented development study. And then how that led into the Build a Better State Street initiative that we've been working on with jurisdictions up and down the corridor. VRT applied for a State Street Raise grant in 2022, and we were awarded funds for that. I'll speak briefly to that grant, and then also an update that we are working on with our partners on, again, the State Street Transit and Traffic Operations Plan. That's the TTOP. So beginning with the TTOP, this plan was adopted in 2011 and looked at the traffic demand that was on Highway 44, the State Street corridor, and identified an alternative that built out a multimodal corridor. So it eventually envisioned growing the corridor to 7 lanes with an emphasis on multimodal transportation, including non-motorized and transit operations on the corridor. And it coordinated. Sure. Perfect. Sorry about that. Thank you. The TTOP was designed to coordinate the efforts of the various agencies that operate in the corridor or have interest in the corridor, including Valley Regional Transit, the individual jurisdictions, ACHD, ITD, and it identified activities for each of those agencies to pursue in order to develop a corridor that works and moves the people and serves the communities. So it touched on both roadway activities as well as transit improvements and other land use decisions that needed to happen along the corridor in order to develop the corridor into the multimodal vision that the region established. Part of that was establishing what we call a cross section. And so that's what you see in the bottom right there. Just how wide is the corridor going to be? What is the public right of way going to accommodate? And so it was a 7-lane cross section with HOV lane, that's a high occupancy vehicle lane, and the outside curb lane with buffer and sidewalk and on-street bike lanes. That was the original TTOP cross section. And from that's kicked off a bunch of different activities since 2011. including the State Street Transit Oriented Development Study, which looked at how the land use agencies, so that's the cities of Boise, Garden City, Eagle, Ada County, all the different jurisdictions along the corridor, what activities they needed to do in order to accommodate development and growth along the corridor in a way that, again, respected the community and where we were able to accommodate the increased demand that would come from that development. It identified key transit-oriented development nodes along the corridor, and those included many of the major intersections, Glenwood, and Collister, Whitewater. We also talked about Pierce Park as a secondary node. And the real focus of the TOD study was talking about what kinds of activities needed to happen, again, on the land use side to permit the development, as well as how we would integrate, how the community could integrate the non-motorized transportation, transit, and traffic operations on the corridor. On VRT side, we then kicked off a study to look at how transit could work in the corridor as it developed. ACHD worked on updating the intersections of Veterans Memorial Parkway, Collister, and Pierce Park. Those were projects that have either now been completed or are under design. Pierce Park, that one is scheduled for construction. So those intersections were developed in an effort to build out the corridor as designed. And what we were doing with the transit operational analysis was reviewing the assumptions that went into that, because there were some things like the HOV lanes that I mentioned earlier that we needed to review, as well as bus pullouts. And so we worked with consultants and our partners to revisit some of the assumptions in the T-top and identify specific improvements that transit could make along the corridor in order to move more efficiently up and down the corridor. So that was the State Street Transit Operational Analysis. We identified areas, stops where we would be making improvements to make it easier for people to get on and off the bus stop, remove conflicts between bicycle lanes. That's what you can see a little bit in this image here, having the bicycle non-motorized traffic pass behind the bus stops instead of between the bus stop and the curb. And that also went into updating the State Street cross section, which I mentioned a few minutes ago. The other thing that was occurring at the time on ACHD's side was approving a policy that would move bike lanes off of the on-street bike lanes and make them separated facilities. And so in the proposed T-top or the cross-section update, we have a 7-lane cross-section, which I'll talk about in a second, and separated bike lanes. So from that transit operational analysis, we identified a number of different intersections that could have some improvements. We applied for a federal grant called the RAISE grant, and were awarded just over $10 million for improvements along the State Street corridor to make those transit improvements, as well as charging infrastructure in Main Street Station. And a lot of the hard, like the surface infrastructure that you all will see are improvements in how bicycles and pedestrians walk and cross the corridor and interface with transit. So it's curb gutters, sidewalk, bicycle lanes, making sure that all that works well with how the transit interfaces along the corridor. So that grew right out of the transit operational analysis. And we are working now with our partners on finalizing designs of those and engaging the community on construction activities that may occur as early as next year. So the last thing I was going to speak to is an update to the State Street Transit and Operational Plan, Transit and Traffic Operations Plan, and that cross section. So again, a 7-lane cross section still, but moving the bike lane from the street onto a multi-use path, identifying those outside lanes instead of being HOV lanes as just where the transit buses would operate, and then how the transit infrastructure would work in that buffer between the curb and the multi-use path.
problem for you to talk for years when you can see something without having to train on this?
We can't change the configuration at this late date, so sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Hunt.
So in the end, what I just wanted to leave with is that the coordination along State Street has been about trying to figure out and plan for development along the corridor that works with the community. Talk about bringing community closer to home. There's a lot of benefits that can come from having development that brings different opportunities into the community. We want to make sure that those support existing residents. We also want to make sure that the improvements to transportation options improve all users. That was the intent of the multimodal corridor along State Street and why we work with all of the different partners, whether again, that be ACHD, ITD, VRT, the land use agencies. And we wanted to make sure that the approach to how we serve State Street reflects the unique nature of State Street and the diversity that occurs along it. As I was making notes for this presentation, I said, well, it's a multimodal corridor. It has different multi-use in terms of land use side. And so this is like my multi corridor. We got multiple modes that are operating on it, lots of different mixed land uses that are occurring on it. And we're trying to make sure that it serves the communities, and appreciate the opportunity to give this update and the coordination and collaboration that we've done with Garden City and the other communities along the corridor in order to serve the community. And with that, I would stand for any questions.
Thank you, Stephen. Before we go to questions for you, Mr. Batista, do you have anything to add?
Thank you, Mayor Evans. Just a quick update. So just reiterate what from ACHC's side of what Stephen was saying regarding. So we're advancing in the projects that are from the ACHC side with State Street and Pierce Park coming into construction, currently planned for 2025. And then the rest of the segments currently planned for the future, but through the capital improvement plan, we showcase a time range there for 2031 to 2035. And those are some projections which are advanced as we continue to work with our partner agency, VRT, City of Boise, Garden City, as we continue to work and move forward with the State Street corridor.
Great, thank you. Council, any questions for anybody?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Hunt, for your time today. I appreciate an update on this. As from the perspective of regional, the VRT and your partners, is there a threshold of passengers that constitute a high occupancy vehicle? Is it only a bus or is it a carpool vehicle?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilmember Page, the HOV designation would be ultimately it's up to the legislature to define what that means, but it's anywhere between two, like that's the minimum. 2 people in a vehicle or more could qualify as HOV. Some communities have increased that to 3+, but most often HOV is defined as what you would say is 2+. So 2 or more people in a vehicle at a time. And that's what was originally envisioned for the State Street corridor on those outside lanes would be HOV lanes 2+, where buses would operate.
Thank you.
Great. Further questions?
Mr. Hunt,
Yes.
thank you very much for being here this evening. You indicated that construction activity may begin as early as next year. Do you have a sense of where that activity will be commenced?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, the schedule for the raise grant would begin on let's see, that's the eastern side of the corridor. So we'd be looking at 23rd and 27th is what we anticipate the construction beginning at. And then there are some activities, mostly it would be transit amenities at Pierce Park that would go in after ACHD finalizes the construction of that intersection. So those would be the impacts along the Garden City side.
And Mr. Hunt, you may defer this to ACHD. Do you have a projected timeline on when the Pierce Park intersection would be completed?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd defer to ACHD on that.
Did you hear the question, Mr. Batista? Timeline on when the Pierce Park intersection is scheduled to complete?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor and council member. So typically, the construction typically takes about a year and a half. So starting next fiscal year, that's when we would start the bidding and then getting into construction and moving forward through that. So around a year and a half.
Okay,
So Mr. Batista, so that I'm tracking, I understood you to say that Pierce Park and State would likely commence in 2025. So to
Oh,
be,
yes. Sorry.
go ahead.
Sorry, my apologies, council member, continue. So it would start 2025, it goes through that, and if everything goes right, it would be within a year or entering into FY 2026.
Thank you very much.
okay, further questions? Gentlemen, thank you very much for the quick update. Appreciate it. Now, when you're ready, Ms. Thornborough, we'll get back to parking. I think we left off that there were two drafts.
And Mayor, members of the council, I think I had a very, very brief presentation, not much tonight, and I'm standing for questions if you should have any questions.
Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Thornborough, could you, I'm going to ask you if you could provide an example of how the table would be applied to a mixed use environment. I think there's still some confusion. If we can come up with a simple example so that it doesn't get overly.
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor, Councilmember Jorgensen. So a mixed use example would be when there's more than one use. And so if there were 10, let's say 10 units of residential and then X number of square feet of retail, then the retail component would apply to the retail component of that project and result in a certain number of parking spaces required. And then also the residential component would apply. And so those 10 units would be calculated out either at the 1.6 or the 1 and 2 bedroom, should council go with either one of those options. And then those would be added together. And there would also be the residential guest component. And so there would be a summation of all of those for a mixed use project.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Further questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Thornborough. Is in the example you just provided, would an applicant be able to conserve the requirement by creating cross-park agreements between retail and residential?
Mayor, Councilmember Page, there is the section of code that would allow for the applicant to request a reduction in parking, and provided that they provide a parking analysis with the criteria that's identified in code, and there are the findings that are identified in code that the reduction is warranted. There could be a reduction, and that could be done through a cross-parking agreement.
Okay, further questions? Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Council, the matter is properly before the council. Certainly can have some discussion. Options are to act on one of the options that Ms. Thornborough presented. And incorporate that into a third reading. Have the third reading and incorporate that into the third reading motion. Or take no action and push this item to the next meeting. So that's That's the way I see it. So the matter's open for debate.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, council members, having looked at both options, done lots of research. My perspective is based on the development ratios that we're seeing in the mix of multifamily. Because the single family is the same in option A and option B, the multi-use is the same in option A and option B. So really what we're looking at is the difference between multifamily, which is the 1.6 with the guest parking, or the 1 versus 2 bedroom guest parking. So given kind of in the developments that we've seen of late, kind of back this up. And what we're seeing come down the pipeline, I think, is where most of the developments are going to be 1 and 2 bedroom. With probably a greater ratio than 40% of 1 bedrooms, and even 50-50. Per the table example that we gave, I would be more inclined to support option A, because I think that's where the development is going in terms of those ratios, and actually do additional parking. That if we voted on the 1 or 2 bedroom, probably less parking would be required based on where the development trends. And I think in our interest, if I try to listen to constituents where parking is a big concern, I think that would help by adding additional parking, because I think that's where the development is going. And we've seen that based on the projects that of late.
Okay, further discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
respectfully, Councilmember Jacobs, part of my concern, and I believe one of the reasons that we've had very lively debates regarding parking requirements is exactly because of the development types that we are seeing come down the pipeline. We are seeing congestion, we are seeing frustration, and certainly the businesses that help feed the city's economic growth and is somewhat concerning, particularly when I sit in meetings and hear businesses determine that they need to relocate elsewhere because of frustration over parking and traffic congestion. We've heard testimony of residents whose parents come to visit on the east end of town, and they have to park a quarter of a mile away and have their children pick them up because they can find no parking within a reasonable distance of the residence. I think further we continue to see, a concerning amount of parking that is now ending up on the street, and during business hours, it becomes a safety issue. And then, of course, we have quite a bit of testimony that came from residents that are now frustrated with folks that have found access to the green belt and are parking within neighborhoods and creating congestion and abusing private property to gain access to the green belt. I also am concerned as we continue to see more mixed use development that there should be a reasonable and calculate and clearly an easy way to clearly calculate parking requirements. I've alluded to prior discussions and applicants that were very frustrated and that required several sessions and legal advice to calculate and to finally come to the correct analysis of required parking spaces. So I think in an effort to make things simple to work within the city and for developers to accurately and easily plan their developments, I like a nice, simplified code. I like the table. And because of the concerns and the testimony that we've heard and the continued reports regarding congestion and parking on streets and within neighborhoods, I prefer the draft B solution.
Okay, further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So I'm a question, Councilmember Jorgensen. So based on what we've seen and the tables that we've seen, table 2 would actually provide less parking than more parking given the ratio of one versus 2 bedroom apartments that you're seeing. So if a development has 40% or more of 1 bedrooms, you're actually providing less parking than option B. So that's, I guess because I read option A as providing more parking based on where the development is going. And it's highlighted in the charts that we've got. That of the 6 examples, 4 of them are giving us more parking. Under option A.
Mr. Heller.
Go ahead.
I see that Mr. Heller had a comment.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I agree with Councilmember Jorgensen's analysis. I think the fractional table A is dependent on and premised on the dominance of 1 bedroom development. And that it makes sense in that context, but I don't think that's a compelling reason. I'm not even sure it's desirable, but I guess that's a subjective call. But I don't see a compelling reason to move away from the bedroom counts in table B.
okay. Further discussion?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
Like my colleagues, Councilmember Heller and Jorgensen, I also prefer draft B. It to me feels more familiar. It serves for it serves to incentivize a variety of housing, I feel, to our development partners. And another thing I'm very fond of with either draft that if we were to approve them, is the excellent job that our staff has done to recognize the distinct neighborhoods we have in Garden City and to provide flexibility in those distinct neighborhoods as the parking needs change and will continue to change. Moreover, I like how the staff have drafted the ordinance to allow for future changes as future council may see necessary to provide for those changes without having to draft a new ordinance entirely. So my preference there in summary would be for draft B.
okay. Thank you, everyone. If there's no further discussion, is anyone prepared to take an action?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I move for a third reading by title only of ordinance 1034-22.
you want to specify option B,
Yes, I'm sorry, draft B.
draft B?
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, clerk call roll.
Councilmember Jacobs,
Yes.
Councilmember Jorgensen,
Yes,
Councilmember Page,
Yes.
Councilmember Heller.
Yes.
Third reading ordinance 1034-22, an ordinance of the city of Garden City, a municipal corporation of the state of Idaho, amending or repealing Garden City Code Title 5 Traffic, Chapter 1 Traffic Code, Section 4 Stopping, Standing, or Parking, Chapter 9 Permits, Title 8 Development Code, Chapter 1 General Regulations, Article C Property Maintenance Provisions, Section 3 Property Maintenance Standards, Chapter 2 Base Zoning District Regulations, Article B Base Zoning District Provisions, Section 2 Allowed Uses, repealing Chapter 3 Overlay Zoning District Regulations, Article D Neighborhood Commercial Nodes, Section 3 General Provisions, Subsection C Parking, amending Chapter 4 Design and Development Regulations, Article D Parking and Off-Street Loading Provisions, Section 1 Purpose, Section 2 Applicability, Section 3 Parking Design and Implementation Standards, Section 4 Parking Use Standards, Section 5 Required number of off-street parking spaces, Section 6 standard for alternatives to on-site parking, Section 7 off-street loading standards, and adding Section 8 parking districts, amending Chapter 6 administration, Article B specific provisions, Section 8 minor Planned unit development, subsection D, general provisions for the site layout template and amending chapter 7 references article A definitions, section 2, definition of terms, repealing all ordinance or parts thereof to the extent they conflict with this ordinance, providing all other ordinances, including the official code, are still in effect, notwithstanding some provisions thereof being eliminated, repealing any other ordinance, creating or regulating parking, providing for severability, approving a summary of the ordinance, and providing an effective date.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I move to adopt and publish this draft B of this ordinance, along with the findings of fact, conclusions of law, and decision.
And I would second.
got a motion and a second. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk call the roll.
Councilmember Jorgensen,
Yes.
Councilmember Page,
Yes.
Councilmember Heller,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobs.
Yes.
Thank you. Next item on our agenda, this is a public hearing item on SAP FY 2023-0001, River Club Specific Area Plan. And we got everybody here. Everybody's here, Charlie?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, yes.
Want to go over a few things before we get into this hearing. This is a quasi judicial hearing, meaning it's a fact finding code compliance review by the city council. Testimony presented as factual should be sourced to be considered as factual by the city council. The decision makers must apply criteria to determine compliance with the applicable regulations in the code. On March 24th, the Garden City Planning and Zoning Commission recommended approval of this application to the city council. The Planning and Zoning Commission decision was based on required findings noted on pages 9 through 15 of the decision document. The city council will review those findings. The council is the final decision maker on this application. The way we'll conduct the hearing, this is an in-person testimony hearing. I think we have a few signed up as spokespersons for other folks. If you are a spokesperson representing others, you need the names, addresses, and authorization of the others you're speaking for. So if you haven't done that, I think we have a form to accomplish that. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with Garden City Code 686A and Resolution 105318. When we call you up, please come to this center podium. Speak into the microphone at the podium. Address the council. State your name and address. If you don't want us to know where you live, that's okay, but we need your name. If you're an interested party, it's helpful to the council to know how you're impacted by where you live. Public testimony is limited to 3 minutes. Spokesperson will get 3 minutes per person that they are representing, up to a maximum of 15 minutes. We have this little device up here that's got a green, yellow, and red light. The timer will start once you've completed identifying yourself. Obviously, green is testify, yellow is what, 30 seconds? When the yellow goes off, there's 1 minute left, and when the red goes off, it makes noise and it's time to stop. We have a lot of folks that want to testify, so I'm asking for your compliance with the time limit restrictions. We aren't taking any new documents tonight. Those had to have been turned in 7 days ago. And noise carries in here really easily. So if you need to have a sidebar conversation with a neighbor, if you would, just step out into the hall because we can hear it up here. I've heard it already in the meeting today. Please refrain from hollering, clapping, making noise in deference to those others that are in here that may have a differing view than you may have. I don't see any signs or posters, so we don't have that issue. We will be taking a break at 7:30 and at 9 for those that need a break. This is a very extensive packet. It came to the council early. The testimony and your letters has been presented in the packet. Copies have been sent to the city council. You're welcome to repeat what you've already said. Likely the council's already been exposed to that. So if you have some new information or some different information, or you have comments related to the findings from the Planning and Zoning Commission, we'd like to hear those. One issue that's come up, just in an effort to save you time in your testimony, there's some interest in expressing that the proposal isn't consistent with the authority vested in by the Homeowners Association of Plantation. That's not a matter the city will consider. The city doesn't enforce private contracts. And HOA association is a consortium of homeowners that have entered in voluntarily into a private contract with each other. There's a issue with this application as it relates to the HOA. That's a civil matter that the city won't participate in. So I just want to save you some effort if that's on your list. With that,
Mr. Mayor,
yes,
sorry, just a point of order. When you were talking about the planning and zoning recommendation,
Yes.
I heard you say March 24th, but for the record, that was on May 24th.
oh, thank you. Thank you. It is June 12th, though.
Yes.
Okay, all right. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Let the record reflect May 24th.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
may I request if folks are providing testimony and they've also submitted a written testimony, if they would reference that or identify that?
okay. At your discretion, but there's a request if you're testifying orally and have already submitted written testimony, just acknowledge that and then you can proceed with your oral testimony. So the order of business tonight will be presentation by the applicant, followed by our staff presentation. After that, we'll open up the public hearing. Our goal tonight is to get through the public testimony. There won't be a deliberation and action tonight. We've got quite a stack here to work through. So there'll be a lot of information that comes in. There's been a lot of information submitted between May 24th and June 12th. We want to hear the testimony and give the council time to absorb that information. The plan is to come back on June 26th. And at that time, we'll hear any rebuttal from the applicant on what's heard tonight and then the deliberation. Okay, Charlie, anything else?
Mayor, one more point of order. Can we just get on the record if any of the council members feel like they have to recuse themselves or if anybody has had any ex parte communications regarding this application?
Okay, That is on our list. So any declarations, City Council? Okay. Okay. I'm looking for people. Is Ms. Butler here? Oh, you were behind the,
She is Joanne Butler, 967 East Park Center Boulevard. We've got a little different order of presentation. Will Gustafson is going to start, followed by Lincoln Property, just introducing the team to you. And then Bob Taunton and I will speak. Thank you.
okay.
And is there a difference between the two podiums? Do you care which one we stand at?
Well, we like the center one. If you, we wanted both available in case you needed to use the screen. So, yes. If you don't mind, Mr. Jefferson.
It's my
You
pleasure.
would?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Will Gustafson. I'm the managing partner of the River Club here at 6515 West State Street in Garden City. Well, I'm excited to be here. I've spent the last 5 years here in the Treasure Valley. And tonight marks the culmination of over 4.5 years of very public planning for this final step in the approval of what we believe is the most dynamic project in all of Ada County. The application before you represents the chance to elevate and enhance all of Garden City with a modern mixed-use project that will bring millions of dollars in needed tax revenue and permit fees to Garden City. We knew when we purchased the River Club in 2018, we needed to develop this northerly portion of the golf course in order to finance the millions of dollars needed to address the deferred maintenance and improvements needed to keep our club active and vibrant. To this date, we've spent in excess of $5 million on improvements and additions. And at this very moment, we're under construction on over $2 million in upgrades. The River Club is a very special place. I would like to take all of you out personally, take a tour of what work is in progress today. I began shepherding this project with full transparency 4.5 years ago. We displayed plans in our clubhouse, which incorporated the development parcel and the redesign of a brand new 18-hole golf course. We held meetings to discuss these future plans as they evolved with both members and our neighbors on multiple occasions. We then began looking for the right developer for this project. We had overwhelming response from top developers throughout the country who recognized how uniquely special this development opportunity was. It's unheard of that a development opportunity presents itself on frontage on a brand new golf course that is centrally located in one of the fastest growing markets in the country. Because of this unique opportunity, we knew we had to find the right developer for this parcel, one who shared our passion and our vision. After interviewing dozens of the nation's top developers, we found that ideal developer in Lincoln Property Company with its long history of iconic and award-winning developments around the globe. Lincoln immediately engaged a world-famous architectural planning firm, and even more importantly, engaged the best-in-class local consultants, all of whom are here tonight. You'll hear testimony and perhaps even some personal attacks tonight, and some a bit theatrical, from folks who are afraid of change, afraid of the future, and afraid this amazing project will somehow disrupt their lives. You will hear accusations of procedural and technical errors and misconduct, unqualified and baseless opinions of errors in our professional consultants' work based on nothing more than gut feelings, speculation, and gossip. It is clearly smoke and mirrors. It is meant to distract you from seeing the incredible benefits this project will bring to the entire Garden City community. Do not let them do it. This project is a game changer for this city. It's bigger than the self-interest of a handful of disgruntled and fearful neighbors. The city will never have an opportunity like this ever again. Joanne Butler, our incredibly brilliant land use attorney, recently shared with me an old saying. If you have the law on your side, pound the law. If you have the facts on your side, pound the facts. If you have neither the law nor the facts on your side. Pound the table. Well, we have law and the facts on our side. And tonight you'll hear a lot of table pounding from the opposition. So on behalf of myself and our 124 dedicated employees, our over 800 members and their families who call the River Club their second home, we want to thank you for your service.
Thank you. Hi, welcome.
Good evening.
Mhm.
My name is Jenny Pham. I'm here with Lincoln Property Company, as is Trevor Nickel. We are incredibly excited to put forth this application before you tonight. And we're very excited about this opportunity to develop a beautiful mixed-use community along State Street. But it cannot be overstated that while it is an incredible opportunity, we see it as an immense responsibility to deliver a project that really meets the needs and meets your expectations as residents of this community. With that, we've brought together our consultant team, some of the best local experts we could find, as well as experts from throughout the country. We have Joanne Butler, our land use counsel. We have Bob Taunton with Taunton Group, Brian Perkins with CRTKL, who's our architect, and Jason Densmer with the Land Group. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, and we look forward to being a long-term partner with you in this community.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Bob Taunton. My address is 24654 North Lake Pleasant Parkway in Peoria, Arizona, 85383. We have a slide presentation, which should be loaded on the system, and need some capable hands here to get it. Moving it forward.
Just hit enter.
Could you advise everyone who speaks to clearly say the first and last name? Because I didn't get the way you just spoke. She said her name was Gay, but I didn't get her last name.
He's a little bit different format. You might just have to click each one. It's in a-
Jenny Pham with Lincoln Property Company.
You want to spell your last name?
PHAM, M as in Mary.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for the assistance. Wanted to go over a few facts regarding the property. We've been over this with the neighbors previously in our neighborhood meetings. We also discussed this at Plan Commission. Some aspects about the property that we think are important. The property is zoned R2, which allows low density residential, and all 120 acres of the property are zoned R2. It is not designated as open space. There are no deed restrictions which limit development, and there are no view easements or view corridors that benefit anyone who lives around the golf course. The golf course is a legal non-conforming use. It's neither a permitted or a conditional use in any of the Garden City zonings. It existed before Garden City was a city, before you had a zoning ordinance. There's no deed restriction on the property that requires golf to continue. And certainly the golf course is not natural habitat. It's a man-made environment, non-native grass, a lot of non-native trees. fertilizer, all those kinds of things. So it's obviously intensively maintained. The River Club is a private for-profit recreation business that happens to be land intensive. It's, as I say, a private property and it's not quasi-public. So those are the basic facts that we wanted to get across. In 1978, the declarant, person that controlled the bulk of the what was the plantation golf course, filed covenants. I'm not going to get into them, but I just want to use that as a way to reference the map. The area that was encumbered by those covenants is outlined in red on the map here. And what's interesting, you can see that some of Plantation Island was included at one time. The total amount of the acreage was 243 acres. It wasn't a legal parcel. It was an assemblage of properties and the legal description. It was kind of a fence around a group of properties to say that this is property that is included in the legal description for these covenants. By the way, the River Club is not part of the association. Since 1978, when this was done, there have been 16 separate subdivisions developed and recorded. There has been the Riverside Business Park over on Glenwood. And you can see in the lighter, I would say blue-green color on the far left side, that is the D&B supply parcel. So it was a portion of the Plantation Shopping Center. So there's been a lot of activity on the property. It's changed many times. The golf course is reconfigured many times. There have been projects that have removed certain holes. The Savannah Lane project, for example, was the driving range that no longer exists. Okay, this illustration is from the TOD report that Stephen Hunt referenced. And it really kind of captures the elements, design principles that the consortium of agencies believe is important for development along the street in order to achieve the multimodal transit supportive development. That's an example of a site that might, it's the ITD site, as a matter of fact, which I think some of you know is now available and is being marketed. So probably there will be a plan that will come forth on that. So 4 stories, an urban face to the street, bus rapid transit, an activity node, community gathering places. Those are the principles that we followed in the planning. And when Brian speaks to the details of the plan and shows the images, you'll be able to make that connection. The State Street corridor is the foundation. All of the elements is the foundation for the planning of this project. Won't go over any of the details here because Stephen did a great job on that. But there is one thing that I wanted to, well, let me go to the next slide first. This is from one of the reports. It was a report that was also done by our transportation consultant working on behalf of the agencies, which identified the TOD sites. So you can see that our site at Pierce Park is what's identified as a secondary TOD site. That's transit-oriented development. And the reason why it isn't a major one is because there was it was unknown as to whether or not the Plantation Golf Course would redevelop. And there was a mistaken belief that it was designated as open space. And consequently, that would make it very difficult to convert, from open space to some sort of intensive use. We all know that's a very difficult hurdle to achieve. But what's interesting is that unfortunately, I don't have a slide on this, in the transit and traffic operations plan that Stephen referred to, one of the tasks that they did and completed in 2020 was TOD site selection and prioritization. So the consultants, which was Kittleson and Leland Consultant, who are highly regarded urban analysts, they went down the corridor and identified what would be the logical sites for a TOD location. Within the Pierce Park to Ellen's Ferry site, they identified 3 sites. One was what we know as the auto graveyard along North Plantation Drive, or I guess it's actually Front State Street. In that time, there was also some undeveloped property on the north side that's now developed. The second site, which Mr. Jacobs will be interested in, was the Far West site, identified as a possible location. And the last one, of course, was the Plantation Golf Club. The consultants developed a hierarchy, as they call it, a typology of different types of station stops, starting with just kind of a bus stop around conventional single family, all the way up to an urban center. And surprise, surprise, the Plantation property was identified as that urban center, which was the most intensive use. And at that time, they projected that, and I found this really interesting, they projected a number of units at 756 units on the property, which they identified as 90 acres, and it's really 100 acres in that particular parcel. So there really has been, kind of a long view that this property could be part of that TOD programming along State Street. So we get the link here. Next slide. Okay, this is where I'm going to be handing off to Brian Perkins, who is with the architectural firm, a really outstanding international architectural firm, and he's going to walk you through the elements of the plan. Then there's a few other comments that I'm going to make afterwards, after he finishes going through the material. So thank you very much, unless there's any questions.
Any questions?
Thank you.
Welcome, Mr. Perkins. If you give us your name and address for the record, please.
Hi, my name is Brian Perkins. I'm with Callison RTKL. I'm at 423 Ashland Avenue, Santa Monica, California. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. Nice to see everybody tonight. I wanted to walk you through our project and kind of the vision that we've started to create with this. These are very conceptual ideas, but really it starts the whole planning process as we go through this. We've worked very closely having several neighborhood meetings with the neighbors and associated businesses. We've also assembled this great consultant team working with the developers as well as city planning and zoning. The design review committee as well looked at some of the issues there. And we try to take a lot of that into consideration as we've continued developing this. What you're going to see tonight is the presentation that we initially made with planning and zoning. And at the very end, we've got a few changes or modifications that we've done at the very end of the project on the eastern parcel. So let me go through. Here's the overall site. You can see, as Bob mentioned, Pierce Park Lane coming down to State. Going northwest, you have the larger big box type stores here, and then going southeast, you'd go into Boise. These are the frontage, a couple of holes of the golf course along State Street. And really, as Bob had talked about, there is this activity node really at that intersection. So we've really tried to focus in on that. The golf course continues along the south side of the property, leaving views open to the south. And then there are views from the site really to the north and the mountains as well. Across the river, you can see where we're at tonight, City Hall, and then the fairgrounds over to the other side of the street. Overall, we have a core vision of really trying to create the best-in-class type project. I think the community deserves this, and really we're trying to focus in on quality living as well as activities and mixed use type of project. Overall, it's meant to be compatible with the existing developments around it, both residential and other businesses on the other side of State Street, promoting the high quality design, high-end materials. We've tried to show that in some of our renderings tonight. And then really this sense of place that we're talking about is this gathering area, the activity node along State Street. As I mentioned, the views to the south and to the north, as well as views into some of the courtyards that we've created within the site. And then having open space and amenities for the users of the housing development. The overall project vision is really taken from some of the natural beauty of the area, looking at the mountains and some of the darker rocks, as well as the snow lines. We've taken some guidance from that in terms of the use of the materials, in terms of some roof elements, some of the colors of the building and the materials. And then early on in the development of the area, gold was discovered. So we're looking at using some warmer metals and some of those type of materials within the project. And of course, natural, more wood type materials integrated as well. This gives you an overall view. This is more of an aerial eagle eye view, but this is floating above State Street. This is at the south end of Pierce Park as you enter into the project. You can see Pierce Park Drive would come in here. This is the activity node that we've talked about, and it really is a centerpiece to the whole project. As you come in, you're either turning to the right and going over to the River Club Golf Course shown back here. To the west, which is the right-hand side of the screen, this is envisioned as an active adult community, and there's a large courtyard space with a lot of outdoor active adult amenities, as well as some of the State Street enhancements that you start to see along here. The retail components are envisioned as more service-oriented restaurants and cafes. This is more of an additional multifamily area over here. And then it does step down to lower two-story buildings as you go back into the community and the existing neighborhood. So the scale really does adapt from more four-story along State Street down to two-story, similar to the houses within the current development. You can see a couple other amenity elements that are mixed in with this. So throughout the whole community, there are amenity pieces as well as outdoor public serving type retail spaces. So overall, the site is about 22 acres. That's getting adjusted a little bit, and you'll see that at the end. Shopping right now, as we've designed this, we're at about 2,400 square feet. This would include specialty retail, restaurants, outdoor dining. Residential, I think the maximum is at 750 units. It's a mix of the 1-bedroom, 2-bedroom, studios, and 3-bedroom apartments and townhomes. The amenities will be mixed in, as I mentioned. So there'd be clubs, clubhouse, fitness areas, bocce ball, and we'll show you some images of that as well. And currently we're trying to match some of what the city's doing with the parking requirements. We're at about 1,100 spaces. And the overall open space is about 4 acres right now. Total landscaped area is 1.2 acres. And then there's a linear park along the golf course, really enhanced by the golf course, of about 2 acres for the linear park. This shows the overall plan, and you just saw the view really from Pierce Park looking into the development here with the activity node. This would be the active adult in the west sub-district with surrounding parking. The multifamily is in here with several different amenity buildings in the center here. And then to the east, there's the townhomes, which are really lined along the edge and really bring the scale down from the 4-story buildings in the central district down to the east district. Along the edge of this as well, we've coordinated with the rapid transit along here, looking at the bike lanes, as was mentioned earlier. And then we've also got some of these elements which kind of screen some of the parking from State Street with some private garages. This really highlights the circulation. So really coming in from State Street, it's a signalized intersection. Basically, you can go left or right out or left or right in. So this is the main signalized entry that accesses over to the west parcel as well as the central. And then there's a right in, right out access point down here, which would be one of the main access points for the east parcel. There's also the connection across through the central parcel to the activity node. So anybody on this area could travel through the central parcel to get to the activity node. The main access to the golf course is also coming in off of Pierce Park Lane around to this side to the River Club clubhouse. This is really just showing some of the materials and the ideas that we're thinking about using through that central piece. So this is coming through the central parcel and really trying to show how this is an easy access if you're exiting from the east parcel through the central to turn left at the Pierce Park Lane. This shows a nice view of that as well. The retail is thought to be at the first level. It's double high and then 2 levels of residential above that. Some of the activities in the activity node, really thinking more about outdoor dining, areas for gatherings for the public and the community. And I guess gelato is one of my favorites. So of course, you've got to have the coffee and ice cream stores to go along with it. This is the shot along the golf course, which really shows more how the indoor-outdoor spaces would appear. This is maybe in the evening, but the linear park runs along the golf course, and we come in and go out from the activity hub here. And we see this as areas where you can have plenty of public parking for the retail pieces, as well as just have family time to come out and look at the golf course at night and just have a nice space for community gatherings or to meet your neighbors. The residences right now, these are conceptual, but we're looking at some of these type of residences, natural materials, some of the things I had mentioned earlier about referencing some of the natural surroundings of Boise and Garden City. This is a view along State Street. So really you've got this multimodal path along here that's sheltered from the main State Street traffic out here, so that you've got a safe environment for traveling east and west along State Street. We've also created more of a buffer zone, which has a little bit more quieter walking paths, and this would be maybe a place you could come out, sit on a bench watching people going by, or just meet your neighbors. So we've got kind of a couple layers of this, which help to screen the residents from the traffic on State Street. At the same time, they can still have the views above the trees here to the mountains beyond. Some of the programming ideas, both in the courtyards for the residents as well as the neighbors in the community. We've talked about certain areas, maybe along the linear park, where you could do an art walk. Some of the courtyards, we could do some yoga, lawn games, of course. And then on scheduled evenings, we could do some live music, food trucks, and even a farmer's market. Some of the activities that we're looking at with the amenities, obviously outdoor fire pits and seating areas for the residents. Pickleball, bocce ball seems to be popular in the area. And then some of these areas are really into some of the more public areas where you have meeting places or areas to just sit outside and have your lunch. The linear park, sorry, I keep jumping ahead. One more. This shows the view of the active adult area. This is on the far west side, and you can see the golf course on the right. This would be Pierce Park coming into maybe a signage feature here at the intersection. It's sort of a T intersection. Going to the left would be over to the retail that you saw earlier. Coming to the right would bring you right around to the River Club golf course. This courtyard's envisioned for active adult, having lots of outdoor engaging activities. This shows the pickleball here, and then even possibility of an indoor pool, and then some other amenities back inside the main 4-story piece of the multifamily. The linear park is a piece that runs along the golf course, and you probably saw that in the plan. This is more of a passive area, but really a place for people to come and walk and meet the neighbors, really an engaging place that really connects back to the River Club and then on out to State Street. This is the far east end. And as I mentioned earlier, we talked about the two-story townhomes, and this is similar height to the neighbors on Plantation and the area back in the existing Plantation area. You can see the four-story multifamily beyond, but really these are set to create a foreground and then step down to this linear park, lots of activity, and then the golf course to the left. This is specifically the east parcel. And we were looking at this and took to heart some conversations that we've had both with the design review consultants as well as planning and zoning. And the one thing we're looking at here is some of the ideas about this area specifically being closer to the houses. And we've decided to take a look at this and look at an option, which I think has been accepted, to really take some of these two longer rows of townhomes. These again are two-story, and to start pulling those back. So we've really left this part of the property as part of the golf course. So it's really continuation of the golf course here, and really pulled back a couple of the other townhomes adjacent to these adjacent neighbors. This is one way. We've actually, I think, lost two overall, but we've added a few on this end further away from the neighborhood there. But this is one way to give back 1 acre, really as a way to separate the project a little bit more from the existing homes and still keep the idea of this linear park that runs along this part of the golf course and then along here with the open ditch and then leading out to the waterways. And that really wraps up the overall presentation. Bob, I don't know if you want to cover some of these slides. There's a few other things that we've looked at on here that Bob can cover.
Thank you. For the record, Bob Taunton again. I'm just going to go back to the previous slide. One thing that, we've obviously heard a lot of commentary from the neighbors to the south talking about how the proposed project relates to them. But one of the things that we've frankly have forgotten to mention and hasn't really been mentioned by anybody is that this parcel and this parcel are commercial parcels. So the idea of the apartments that are indicated here, there's two buildings connected, they really relate to the commercial on State Street. So those three parcels, Front Street, State Street. The residential area, the single family homes, there's the transition of townhomes, which are of similar height. And some of the distances are from some of the lots. We have Mr. Patterson's lot there, which is over half a football field away from the first townhome. And combination of the townhomes and the tree cover really mitigate against the impact of the 4-story apartments. And again, to the north, those are commercial properties. So that's really not an issue. The same thing at the east end. We've really expanded that dimension, 178 feet to the lot that's on the east side. We call it the east side of Fair Oaks. And again, more than half a football field away. Get back to my slides. ACHD reviewed the traffic impact study that was prepared by Kittleson. Again, because Kittleson has been intimately involved in State Street planning for a decade. We designed the project around what the capacity of the street was. So it was no surprise to us when ACHD came back to us and said that there's no mitigation required on State Street for the traffic impacts. They did have some questions about some access that we were proposing. And the access is now restricted to the Pierce Park signalized intersection, which is all turns, of course, a normal signalized intersection. And there then is a right in, right out, which is 975 feet east of the Pierce Park intersection. We proposed doing a left in there because they're actually at that location. There's a left turn to get into the Zamzows lot on the north side. And we thought, well, you know, if we're doing that, how about we do a left to the south? And ACHD did not approve that. We also had a right in, right out where Plantation Lane intersects with State Street that would go into the active adult area, and they declined to approve that as well. Because it's a rezoning case, it's not a development application. They had some additional recommendations that Jenna will talk about in her staff report about some different things in the site plan. But again, they're just recommendations to the city council. One of the things that we asked them specifically about was to, you know, make a call on Fair Oaks. We were not proposing any vehicular access. You know, our site plan was designed so that there was no vehicular connection, and we wanted them to weigh in on that. And they indicated in the report that vehicular access to Fair Oaks would not be permitted. So we hope that the neighbors are happy with that. ITD also reviewed the traffic impact study because they, of course, come into play at Glenwood and State Street, where State Street becomes Highway 44. And as we know, Glenwood is a state highway. They must have had the TIS for about 30 seconds and emailed back and said, no issues. The Glenwood State Street intersection will be going through a very comprehensive design with ACHD and the cities and ITD. So there'll be ultimately an improvement. And they also have a corridor study that's in play right now on Glenwood. So it was just a simple email back that they didn't see any issues at all. One of the things that we thought was important to talk about is that in 2019, Glass Creek LLC, who owned the property at that time, executed an agreement with ACHD. And this had to do with reconfiguring the current plans that were at 99% for the State Street widening, where there was no south leg to the intersection at Pierce Park. It was a T intersection, you know, coming from the north, traffic then just, you know, went left to right. Through the, you know, as a result of help from Garden City by approving a design review for a new entry road into the Plantation Country Club, as it was called. We were able to then negotiate an agreement with ACHD, and that agreement is binding on successors and interests. So the current owners of the property are bound by all the obligations and so on, which means that the landowner pays for the design of the widening and the intersection, that the costs that relate to redesigning to be able to do the fourth leg. We've had a chance to pay that twice. The original plan, which was taking some of the land from the River Club for right-of-way, the design was completed, and the consultants determined that we owed something over $40,000 as our part of the design changes. Then ACHD put the project on hold, and they then shifted the whole road north because they had excess right-of-way on the north side of the street, rather than getting into a prolonged discussion with the River Club over the value of the right-of-way and the impacts on the golf course. So the design started over again, and we've again been billed for our proportionate share of the design that relates to the south leg, which has to do with the left turn signalization and that sort of thing. We'll also have an opportunity to pay our pro rata share of the construction cost when they actually construct the road. Exactly how that's going to be determined. In the previous iteration, we had the old plans and then we had the new plans for the south leg, and you could bid both and figure out what the delta was, and that's what the landowner would have to pay. How it's actually going to take place, we're not sure, but we're obligated to pay for the proportionate share of construction that relates to the design elements that have to do with creating that south leg. In the construction on State Street will just be to the right-of-way line. So it'll be curb returns to a right-of-way line, then a barrier until the landowner completes the entry road and at 100% of their cost down to connect with Savannah Lane, which Plantation Drive currently does, or to the golf course. And Plantation Drive will be vacated when that new entry road is complete. So everybody will have access to a signalized full turns intersection, which obviously is a lot safer for everybody. I dread making a left turn out of Plantation Drive even today. During the construction, Plantation Drive will stay open to provide access, but as soon as the entry is open, the ribbon's cut, then that right away will be vacated. ACHD's plans are 99% complete. They always say they go to 99% because there might be some aspect of 1% they have to change when they're out in the field. And the projected construction start, which was mentioned tonight, is the fourth quarter of 2025. And that's determined by the integrated 5-year work plan and the budget, which ACHD upgrades, reviews every year. It's kind of a rolling 5-year plan. And so it's in fiscal year 2026, which starts the fourth quarter, just like your fiscal year, starts the fourth quarter of 2025. So we're hoping that's going to stick. And that's when construction will get underway. And as Edinson said, it's going to take, a year or so. If you think back to Collister, it took them a little over a year to complete that, initially moving utilities. They had a canal they had to deal with. Fortunately, we don't have a canal here. And then opened the latter part of the following year. So we think that hopefully we'll still be on that schedule. And of course, that's up to ACHD Commission. Here's some statistics about the project. Brian may have more detail that he would like to share on this, but the proposal is for a maximum of 750 units. But that would require a parking structure. And right now the economics aren't there. We're waiting for costs to start to come down to really take another look at that. So right now, with surface parking, and as you have come to know, it's a puzzle piece between parking and units and types of units and all that sort of thing. There's 700 units without a parking structure, and that includes the townhouses. And so this is the chart that we have included in the application, which identifies 1,107 parking spaces, which includes guest parking. And so that's about 1.58 per unit. The reason it's not 1.6 is because active adult has a lower parking demand than conventional multifamily. But our goal has been, if we can, to simply utilize the new ordinance, which we're pleased to see that that has gone through third reading tonight. So we'll take a look at that. Some other details which are interesting is that the four-story multifamily, well, there's a maximum height that we've set of 65 feet. That would be more than 4 floors. And at 4 floors, it'd be a 45-foot height the floor plates, plus a parapet over that. Maybe that's 6 feet, maybe it's 8 feet, obviously to hide the mechanical equipment. Two-story townhomes, their maximum is 35 feet, which is the same height as R2. But Brian indicates that probably it'll be about 29 feet, under 30 feet to the roof peak. And the non-residential, retail shopping uses that are not within the one building, but are the ones that are, fronting Pierce Park, those will be approximately 26 feet to the roof peak or parapet. So they'll be single story, but very high floor plates, obviously, which is appropriate to retail. One element that we actually haven't discussed previously, but it's in our application in the narrative, is that we have set a density transfer opportunity between the three sub-districts. We have the west sub-district, that's the active adult. We have the central, which is where the retail is, and then we have the eastern area. And this is very typical in multi-phase developments where you allow for, shifting density around. So the west sub-district and the central sub-district, you could send west density to the central, or unused central density to the west. So it's both a sending and receiving opportunity depending on the detailed design, and that'll be determined when we go to design review, which is the development application. But the east sub-district will only be a sending area. You can't transfer any unused density into the east area. You can only transfer density out, depending on how that finally lays out. So that was done as an added insurance to the people that live in the eastern, adjacent to the eastern sub-district. So there's been a lot of discussion about Boise School District bus transportation. Currently, the bus stops at Fair Oaks and Plantation Lane, and it picks up kids for, elementary school, junior high, and for high school. We've had a couple of conversations with the transportation director, Lynette Dawes, at the Boise School District. And let me just get some notes here. The school district prefers to have safe stops on public streets. I mean, that's their first preference. And obviously they stop on State Street. And if you've been behind a bus, you know that there's an arm that comes out on the left side and just shuts down both lanes of traffic. They'll probably have to continue to deal with that. It may get a bit easier when it's 3 lanes, where there still will be a traffic lane that allows through. But they will consider picking up kids and dropping them off on a private street if they have an access agreement and if they have an indemnification from against any damage caused by the bus, to the roadway surface or landscaping or anything. That's acceptable to us. So we're going to explore the opportunity to do that on Pierce Park and have a turnaround opportunity, and so where they could pick up and drop off the kids. Okay. The other option would be a pullout on State Street. That was a consideration for VRT at one time to have a pullout, but that now has been dropped. Their buses will stop in the travel lane. The issue for them is that once they get in the pullout, it's pretty hard to get back out into traffic again. And since they're on the clock, they need to have a better situation. With a school bus, that could be a different thing, but we haven't talked to ACHD about it. That would be something that we'd have to explore with them as well. But we've committed that we'll get this all figured out with the first development review application, which is the detailed architecture, detailed landscape architecture, detailed engineering plans on a phase-by-phase basis. So we'll get that figured out, but we are not proposing that they pick up our kids on Fair Oaks. There's a fiscal impact report that we submitted. This is not a requirement of the application. You won't find it on the application form. We had heard and seen letters about city services and what impact we would have on city services and the cost of city service, hiring police, extra police people, and what it might do to tax rates. And we just decided intuitively, we knew it wouldn't be a problem, but in order to have someone, validate it, we had a fiscal impact report done by TSG. And the increase in new taxable value from the project is $243 million. The net benefit to the city over 15 years, not looking at the first 5 or 10 or whatnot, but over a period of time would be about $2.2 million. there would be $1.8 million in permit fees that are paid by the developer. That's at before you even start construction. So that would give the city dollars to be able to take care of any sort of city administrative expenses or whatever while it's under construction before it's even occupied. So that's an advantage. And there may be a potential, and I don't quite understand this, but a potential for a $200,000 year increase in excess sales tax distribution. So I'm certainly not the expert to talk about this. This does exclude impact fees and any property taxes that are paid to other service providers. Think of ACHD that collects both property taxes and impact fees. The fire district is the same thing. So those impact fees and those taxes, of course, would be paid. But the focus here was strictly on Garden City. So if there's any detailed questions on that, we have, I believe our consultant is here, I think. Ozzy? Yes, there he is. Okay, good. So Ozzy Grippentag can answer any of those questions. But in case there was a thought that we were cooking the books, which unfortunately in many public hearings, I've had people sort of accuse us of inventing numbers to self-serving numbers. We had a peer review done, and it was done by David Eberly. And I know the mayor is familiar with Mr. Eberly. He's a former city council member in Boise, several terms, and he moved to Garden City, resigned his seat. David is an economist. He's taught at Boise State University, and he does these kinds of studies as well. So we had David do a peer review, and you know, how do the numbers look to you? And he provided a letter which we included. It's in your packet, and you can read it in detail. But his statement was, the report accurately represents the fiscal impact for the Residence River Club project that we'll have on Garden City. And but another benefit was that it could create economic benefits to local and regional businesses, both during the build out phase and long term. That's that multiplier effect, which we didn't get into. But his last sentence was really interesting to me. He said that the consultant had overestimated the cost of services to the project, and it underestimated the value of the property tax. Well, Ozzy said he was going to do a very conservative study, so apparently that's what he did. So, so we're very thankful that Mr. Eberly would weigh in on that. So if there's any questions you have right now, Ozzy is available, or I've got one more slide to do, and then we can perhaps ask him questions. We've indicated that we're going to be providing 1,107 parking stalls, but Lincoln Properties has a relationship with Fair and Peers, which is a national transportation consulting firm. Their Salt Lake office does a lot of work here. I've used them in the past, and asked them to do a parking study. And so it was like looking at, you know, the state of the industry and the Institute of Traffic Engineers and ULI that has a very sophisticated portfolio and data available. They also looked at 3 projects in the city that we thought were comparable. One is the Kensington Apartments, 323 apartments. That's at North Point, just on the other side of Glenwood on State Street. Cortland on the River, which is a project on River just west of the Park Center Bridge. So it fronts on the Boise Greenbelt in the river, and that's 237 units. In the Arboretum, which is Brighton development in Harris Ranch by the East Park Center Bridge, which is 43 units per acre, and it was 162 units. So they did an analysis on that and indicated that we were overparked with our 1,107. But the applicant is not proposing to change what they proposed based on that. But it was an attempt to sort of validate what we were proposing in the way of the number of parking stalls. And it seems like we're very close to what the city has agreed to tonight. We'll make a comparison and see how we are. And that is the last slide I have. Thank you very much for your patience. We'll stand for any questions.
Any questions before we go to a break?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I have a couple questions. Thank you, Mr. Trump, for your presentation.
Thank
Just a couple of clarifying questions. And forgive me if it's a little bit redundant.
No problem.
So building A and B, I believe you said were 4 stories. And is building C by Fair Oaks, does it drop down or is it 4 stories as well? It's just the townhomes around Fair Oaks that are 2 stories.
Correct. The currently contemplated are the multifamily building that's there would also be 4 stories.
Okay. And then the other question I had on your linear path, I'm
Mhm.
not sure I would consider it a park. Is it private, public?
It's public. It would be
So-
publicly accessible.
Okay, so anybody can walk that path?
Correct.
And then at the end of that, you mentioned there's that acre space at the
Mhm.
end of Fairview Oaks. Is that gonna be landscape developed like a green space park? What's the intention of that?
Let's see if we can get to that slide. Yeah,
that-
right there. Sorry. Going too fast. Way too fast. Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
Other way.
Okay. Yep. Sorry.
No worries.
Okay, let's go over here. Maybe. Okay, probably have to highlight something.
I can tell you that it's after the 4 slide 15.
Yeah. Okay, is it? Okay, good.
Remember. I think that was it.
No, I was, it's 28.
28, yeah, there we go. I
Yeah.
apologize for
Yeah, so
that.
that-
It's because I'm left-handed. I don't know.
That,
Using a right-handed mouse.
yeah, that area, is that a park, part of the park too? What-
Yes,
what
I mean,
happens with that piece?
Joanne's going to talk to this in more detail, but this was a mitigation plan. It was not an amendment to our application. Based on the testimony that we heard on the 27th at Planning Commission, we thought, okay, let's see if we can adjust the plan and try to meet some of the concerns that were expressed. So one of the, well, it will be landscape, yes. It would be, the proposal was to move the SAPD boundary away. And so that would be part of the golf course. Now, it wouldn't be a play area, but it could be a tree nursery. So it would be landscape, absolutely.
So would that be available for, I guess is it available to the residents?
Well, that
I
would
guess
be-
Is it part of the park, your linear park? I
Yeah.
guess?
If the SAPD boundary were moved, it would be part of the golf course, and that would be up to the golf course as to whether or not people would be allowed to be in it. As you know, very little of the golf course is fenced. And
Right.
so people walk on it all the time, and the River Club has been very generous in terms of letting people do that, as long as they weren't creating a safety situation for themselves, like getting hit by an errant golf ball. If the SAPD boundary did not move, but we had the building setbacks as we propose here. that could
Excuse me,
be-
Bob.
That could be,
I can hear all these sidebar conversations. Ma'am. We can hear when you're discussing among yourselves. So if you have a sidebar you want to take, go to the foyer, please. Anyway, sorry to interrupt you, Bob. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. If the rezoning boundary stayed as originally proposed, which is right down, next to the Fair Oaks cul-de-sac, then that would be part of the open space and presumably would be available for public use.
And then the last question I have, and I'm not quite sure on just the application itself.
Mhm.
So is the current application just for the 22 acres or does it include the golf course?
It is just the 22 acres, yes. The balance of the golf course property would stay R2. The golf course would be reconfigured, so it would be 18 holes. It would be essentially a brand new golf course.
But if I guess my question is, if I'm looking at your proposal through a lens, am I looking at it with the 22 acres and the golf course, or just the 22 acres?
Just the 22 acres in the application. Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, I have one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Mr. Taunton, would you mind repeating what you said about the probability or just possibility of a school bus turn into the development from State Street?
Yes, we spoke with Lynette Dawes, Transportation Director, and it is possible to have and would be acceptable to have a bus come south on our extension of Pierce Park, do a turnaround and go back out again at the signalized intersection. And we just have to figure out where the bus stop is going to be so that the kids could safely get on it. The sidewalks in that location will be 10 feet wide. So there's lots of room for kids.
Yeah, I heard you say acceptable to the applicant.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Taunton, thank you for your time presentation today. There's in the packet that we've all seen in preparation for this meeting, there's some consideration, and partially because of the inclusion of prior planning and zoning materials, but there's some discussion about connectivity between the proposed area and Fair Oaks. You know, I heard you say clearly that there's no vehicular access allowed after speaking with, I believe you said, the county. But what about I read about a possible stub or a pathway, a pedestrian pathway. What is the final word on that?
Well, the history is our initial application, based on speaking with staff and knowing staff's desires, which are certainly outlined in the staff report, we proposed a connection, pedestrian connection from our trail system, our pathway system, to the cul-de-sac at Fair Oaks. That was met with, I'll say, a torrent of opposition from the residents on Fair Oaks. And so we then in January, we amended the application to show that we were not proposing a connection to Fair Oaks. So it's, you know, we understand what the comprehensive plan said, but out of respect for the residents, we changed our application. And then again, with this possible proposal of moving the SAP, the rezoning boundary even further away, that would ultimately be a golf course parcel. And so there could be additional separation, but it would be up to council, I think, as to what direction they would want to give us as to how they feel about the importance of the connection. But we've done everything that we said we would do, and we suggest that, you know, council consider the testimony you're going to hear and whether the connection is vital or not. And we would simply go along with whatever council indicates.
Thank you, Mr. Totten.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Sure.
you mentioned that density couldn't be pushed to the east sub-district, only out of the east sub-district. Is that correct?
Yes, the east sub-district would be a sending area, so only density could be moved out of it to either one of the other two
Given the
sub-districts.
concern with the density in that particular sub-district, is there still consideration for reducing the density of the east sub-district further?
Well, for us to, you know, continue to have the units that we proposed, we would need a parking structure to be able to do that. That would, a parking structure would be very helpful. But again, right now with inflation the way it is,
So really it's sending, but it's not sending, right? There's no more to send, I guess is what you're saying, because otherwise you'd have to build a parking structure.
Yes, correct. Because for us to increase the density, it would be another floor, perhaps, on the apartments, but you got to park it. And if it's surface parking, we just don't have the area.
You're not gonna add this, but you're not gonna take it.
But it'll depend on the economics of a parking structure, yes.
All right, thank you.
Any
Mr.
fur-
Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Totten. On the subject of a future parking structure, when it makes sense to erect one, where is that proposed in your mind?
It would be in the central
Central district.
And what was contemplated is, along State Street, but it would be, architecturally treated so that it was attractive. And there may be actually uses fronting State Street on the lower floor of the parking structure so that it activates the street. So that's the thought, and we'll see.
Thank you.
Any further questions of Mr. Tom? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We'll recess until 8 o'clock. Okay. Yep. Yeah. Okay, let's reconvene. Okay, thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene now. Ms. Butler, my apologies for breaking up your presentation. It's just,
No.
with a geriatric mayor and a pregnant development services director, we got to take these breaks, so.
Oh, my goodness. All right, I'm
All
gonna, Joanne Butler, 967 East Park Center Boulevard in Boise, representing the applicant. I'm gonna start at this podium and I'll move over to the other one. I just wanted to address this slide a little bit more. Before I do, and I'm gonna spend most of my time talking about comprehensive plan compliance in connection with the plan and sort of the history that got us to where we are today.
Joanne, can you pull that mic down just a little?
Down?
There you go. Thank you.
Better?
Thank you.
Okay. So our goal tonight is to continue to demonstrate to the council how the application is a natural outcome of the guidance and direction provided by the regional transportation and land use planning that Stephen Hunt talked about earlier tonight, and that the city and the sister agencies, other cities, ACHD, ITD, VRT, have been involved with for decades. Not only that regional transportation and land use planning, but the local comprehensive planning that guides Garden City specifically. Before I get into that, I wanted to thank staff for producing a very thorough staff report. This is a large project. There is a lot of history that goes with this project, and staff has done a tremendous job pulling it together for the council. We also wanted to thank the city's design review consultants, but also the fact that the city adopted the design review consultation process. It's been invaluable. And so it's a relatively new process, and I hope a lot of people find it as invaluable as we did. We want to thank the planning and zoning commissioners, all of whom spoke of the many hours they spent reviewing this application and the written testimony prior to their public hearing and their deliberation. We do trust that the application with its maps, illustrations, and narrative will demonstrate for the city council the applicant's deep commitment to the community and the applicant's desire to develop the residences at River Club as a very distinct portion of the city. As anybody in the applicant team, if there are any questions that the council has as we go along, please do ask us. I did want to reference this slide a bit more because this is the mitigation proposal that Brian started out reviewing and that Bob has also reviewed, and at the east boundary near Fair Oaks Place. With all the work that we did with our neighbors and the staff and the DR consultants, we were comfortable with the original application to address that we were addressing the neighbors' concerns that there would not be bike and pedestrian access to North Fair Oaks Place, and ACHD, as Bob mentioned, also recommended that there be no vehicular access. The response from Dave Leroy, Mr. Leroy, and his clients in letters and in his testimony before the commission was that the only design change that was acceptable to he and his clients was to remove all of what you see on this slide, all of phase 3. That was, it had to be eliminated completely, and that was the only way there would be mitigation. At the commission hearing, Mr. Leroy cited an 82-foot distance between Mr. Patterson's home and the proposed project boundary as being inadequate, which was difficult to understand given that that 82 feet would be part of the entire of the golf course. And of course, if this area were to develop with R2 zoning, none of these substantial buffers would exist. We attempted to meet with Mr. Leroy and his clients to find out what they believed would mitigate the location of our residential neighborhood near their residential neighborhood. Originally, they refused to meet or to give specifics, so we worked on this plan. We worked on this plan to eliminate townhomes, to add additional green space that will be part of the golf course, create more separation between houses, and reduce the project area to eliminate, we hope, the possible connection to North Fair Oaks Place. We submitted our proposal to the city as a counter proposal to their demand that we eliminate all of phase 3, which frankly, we don't take as mitigation at all, but in an attempt to get the city to deny this project. At the commission hearing, the opposition claimed that our mitigation proposal, what we've shown here, is an amendment to the application. It's not an amendment to the application, but a suggested revision of the extreme from the extreme position that only mitigation is achieved with the complete removal of phase 3. We presented that to the Planning and Zoning Commission, and they did approve this application, showing that mitigation proposal at the east end. We have attempted very hard to listen to the neighbors to find out what constitutes mitigation. It appears that they don't want any of this, and hope the city will help make that happen. So as Mr. Leroy and his clients come to address this issue with the council, this good faith effort by the applicant to address their concerns, we're asking that you ask them to tell you in detail, not with vague statements, why they believe this proposal does not address their concerns and mitigate potential impacts. With regard to comprehensive plan compliance, and I'll use that comprehensive plan compliance as sort of an umbrella just to talk tonight about how with our extensive application and narrative, we addressed how factually the proposed application supports each and every one of the specific area plan and the rezone criteria that have been legislatively adopted by the city, designed to protect the community's public health, safety, and welfare. And I'll highlight a few points. First, you're likely to hear, and some have written to you, that this property is required by Garden City to be preserved as open space in perpetuity. This is not correct. Since 1977, with the city's first comprehensive plan, the city has made its policies clear on open space and on how much the city appreciates open space in the community and how the city strives to preserve public open space. With regard to private open space, beginning with that first 1977 plan, the city's clear policy has been to allow the development of private open space with no thought that the city would somehow appropriate that private property. The early comprehensive plans and public discussions never confused the River Club, which was then Plantation, as anything other than private property that happened to be open and used for private recreation. However, starting in 2018, as Mr. Gustafson referenced, and I think Bob, there were several events that combined stirred public discussion on this point. Mr. Gustafson's company purchased the River Club, then Plantation, in 2018, and people were either curious or downright concerned about his intentions. In 2019, as ACHD was completing its engineering plans for the redevelopment of that Pierce Park State intersection, Mr. Gustafson worked with both the city and ACHD, as Bob said, to design the fourth leg coming into the golf course from State Street. And we began plans for the reconfiguration of the golf course. At roughly that same time, the city started public hearings to update its 2006 comprehensive plan. During those public hearings, there was an effort by some to have language added to the comprehensive plan that could have been interpreted to have the one and only privately owned, privately maintained, private member golf course preserved by the city. At that hearing with the city 4 years ago, we spoke about the property owner's concerns about the language proposed, and the comprehensive plan language was amended to mirror the long-held public policy that distinguished between public and private property. At that same hearing, we spoke to the words open space, and I say, quote, open space being placed on the city's future land use map at this location, because some people at those hearings provided testimony that the use of these words, open space, on the future land use map would somehow prevent any modification of the golf course. We spoke at that time to say we were fine with that label of open space if it was being used to designate what it is today, as long as it was understood that the River Club was private recreation, and that the city recognized that the golf course owner had the right to bring forward a planned development application. The city at those hearings acknowledged that the property owner, as any property owner, has the right to bring forward a development application on its property. As Mr. Gustafson said earlier, it is exciting to reach a point at presenting a concept master plan for a build to lease development with neighborhood activity at this location. The residences at River Club will help implement that long-held community vision to transform State Street from an auto-centric roadway to an urban high-capacity transit corridor. We've heard in some of the letters and some of the testimony at other public hearings that some have said that it is magical thinking to believe that State Street will be transformed. But this city and the 6 or 7 other sister agencies and transportation agencies involved continue, as Mr. Hunt and ACHD mentioned tonight, to work very hard to make that a reality. The residences at River Club will be a catalyst for further transit supportive redevelopment on the corridor. An application to rezone to specific area plan, just like any rezone application, requires a positive finding that the resulting SAP zone will be in accordance with the policies adopted by the city in its comprehensive plan. With our application narrative, we analyzed all of the comprehensive plan goals, policies, and objectives, and we also looked at the future land use map, which is just one component of the comprehensive plan, to demonstrate how the residences at River Club are harmonious with that land use map and the goals and objectives of the city's comprehensive plan. The focus on regional and city transportation plans, as has been apparent tonight, have evolved over the last 20 to 30 years, and they demonstrate that this project has firm historical grounding and planning guidance from the agencies, including this city, whose jobs are to observe the changes in our communities over time and to plan to protect our public's well-being. As everybody has said tonight, since roughly 2000, more than a half dozen government agencies have been working together to implement the vision for the State Street corridor. The regional planning activity informed Garden City's comprehensive plan, especially in the vicinity of State Street and Pierce Park Lane. This intersection has been identified as a secondary TOD node in its plan for commercial development, higher density housing, and a bus rapid transit station site. We heard at previous hearings, some people were calling us disingenuous for calling it a transit station rather than calling it a bus stop. But we didn't make up that name. Whether you call it a transit station or a bus stop, the bottom line policy for this city and the city's designated Green Boulevard corridor along State Street is that the corridor is designed with multimodal characteristics to support transportation modes besides vehicles. And the land uses along the corridor are to be active and dense to encourage multimodal transportation. On pages 30 to 33 of your staff report, the staff has provided a summary of the comprehensive plans designations for neighborhood destination, activity node, Green Boulevard corridor, and it has listed many of the goals and objectives and policies of the comprehensive plan that support those definitions and the guidance of the comprehensive plan. Garden City did amend its comp plan to support the city's goals for transit along State Street, and it revised its future land use map to identify this property at State and Pierce Park as an activity node and a neighborhood and destination center. According to the comprehensive plan, and I quote, "The centers should be focused on uses that facilitate making the location a destination. Uses may include small scale retail, art, office, and higher density residential." The city's comprehensive plan also on page 59 specifically speaks to this intersection. And again, I quote, "In 2018, the 121-acre Plantation Country Club was purchased by a new owner. Future development plans for the property will be affected by the ACHD program project to reconfigure Pierce Park Lane and State Street intersection and the activity node designation on the land use map." The comprehensive plan statement is true. The future development plans of the property owner are affected by ACHD's reconfiguration of this intersection and affected by the city's designation of the property as an activity node. The property owner, in reliance on the public hearings and the legislative actions of the city, began working with the city and ACHD to reconfigure the State Street Pierce Park intersection with a new, safe, signalized south leg to be designed and constructed by the property owner at its cost. Garden City approved the design review for that leg. ACHD approved the construction and development contract for the construction of that leg, and ultimately the vacation of Plantation Drive. Just one of our property owners in the vicinity, Bob Schmelik, who has been here obviously a long time, had testified that he has lived in his house for 29 years and that the R2 zoning has been in place since the 1970s. He incorrectly stated that the comprehensive plan does not allow high density at this location. But again, that's not correct. The comprehensive plan specifically identifies this area for high density residential to support that transportation planning that has been going on in our community since about the time that R2 zoning was put in place. As an aside, the Local Land Use Planning Act does not provide a guarantee of a zone. As our community changes, we react as a community by changing our comprehensive plans. Our goals, our objectives, our policies change over time as population increases, as State Street starts to redevelop, we change our comprehensive plans accordingly. And as our comprehensive plans change, so too does our zoning, because our zoning must be in accord with that comprehensive plan and be designed to implement that comprehensive plan. It's been a little surprising in some of the testimony about State Street that we've heard that really no one thinks about State Street for dining, or there's already enough businesses on State Street. To us, it sounds like many of the residents or some of the residents that may live along the river or along the golf course have been unaware of the planning changes in the greater community and the decades of planning that have gone on to ensure State Street becomes a multimodal corridor serving both Garden City and the wider community. But we can expect a great deal of activity on State Street over the next while. Offers are now being accepted for the purchase and development of the ITD campus. Boise created almost 600 acres of an urban redevelopment area, which is the tax increment financing from which is going to fund streetscape and other improvements on not only the Boise side of the State Street right-of-way, but also for Garden City. Both Garden City and Boise, ACHD, BRT, they are right to expect that their public planning efforts will attract significant private capital for the State Street corridor's redevelopment, including at this location. Garden City is realizing its potential as a vibrant and a connected community. And again, a quote from the comprehensive plan. Garden City is again seeing a new chapter in its evolution as a more urban city. Planning and city investment has set the stage for private development. A more urban city. That's what the comprehensive plan's vision sees for Garden City, the evolution of the city as a more urban city. That means for all of us, we have to consider equitably and fairly sharing both the benefits and the burdens of our increasingly urban lives. Fairly sharing the benefits and burdens of our increasingly urban lives is how we ensure that elusive quality of life for everyone in this community. And the comprehensive plan promotes that equitable sharing. I'm going to move on now that I've talked a bit about the comprehensive plan to say that the comprehensive plan demonstrates something that you may hear later in testimony, and I'll perhaps this will put it aside. The discussion of the comprehensive plan brings us to the incorrect notion that the project is spot zoning. It is not spot zoning. But several people have claimed somehow that it is spot zoning. The residences at River Club are consistent with the city's comprehensive plan. The project is a direct response to the guidance of the comp plan, which in turn, as I said, is based on that decade's worth of regional transportation planning. So no matter that some continue to claim that the project is spot zoning, compliance with the guidance of the comprehensive plan negates that argument. Similarly, there is no spot zoning when the proposed zone and uses are compatible with the surrounding land uses and the zone. Some neighbors have implied that the staff and the Planning and Zoning Commission have not adequately given consideration to neighborhood testimony alleging that the project will injure neighbor properties. And the East Subdistrict is a prime example. And again, we ask you to ask the people that testify, what are the injuries? What are the issues? And tell us why you think it hasn't been mitigated, because we frankly have not heard it. We've heard a lot of fears. We've heard fears about people walking on streets. We've heard fears about possible crime. We've heard fears about people parking in the neighborhood. We've heard fears that even though ACHD will not allow a vehicle connection, that still people are going to find their way over to North Fair Oaks Place and park. We've heard that fear about, again, kids walking through the neighborhood, that there will be an impact by traffic, even though ACHD has already reported that there is no impact that isn't mitigated by the design. So we don't have any factual support in this testimony for these fears that people are raising. So we ask the council to ask people, tell us, what is that factual basis? What are you basing this on? I really only have, because we've done away with the master declaration as an issue, I only have one other comment, and it's a little bit getting into the weeds, but I'm hoping that it'll help put to bed an issue that really isn't an issue. And that is the ownership of the property. I know Mr. Bush isn't here tonight, but he does have a spokesperson, so that might be an issue that they'll be talking about. Forgive me if this is a little bit in the weeds, and ask questions if you will. The owner of the property is an entity called LB River Club Owner. It submitted with its application the deed of record showing that it is the owner. It submitted a title commitment. The staff contacted the county assessor to confirm that it is the owner, and the owner provided, as you require, an affidavit of legal interest where they gave permission to LPC West Inc. to make the application to the city. Nonetheless, and even on top of that, the city attorney asked us to provide some more information to confirm that the designated signatory for the owner had the authority to provide that permission to LPC West, which we provided. Still, in a series of letters to the city, including one dated on the 5th, Mr. Bush has claimed that there is somehow some problem with the application and that the city should be transparent and identify the documentation that the city is relying on to identify property ownership and permission to LPC West. The city is transparent and the documentation is all of the above, all that we submitted with the application, the deed of record, the title commitment, the affidavit of legal interest, and the further delegation of authority information that we provided to the city attorney. For the land use application process, that's the information that the city requires from any property owner. And that's the information that this property owner provided. I struggled with this one, frankly, personally, because Mr. Bush goes on to state quite colorfully with many adjectives that the city should require us to divulge our members, our partners, our business relationships. And in previous letters, he suggested we have to divulge our financial information. Just because, so he says, so that we can know who the applicant is. But we know who the applicant is. It is LPC West Inc. Mr. Bush has been frustrated, even angry, because we haven't submitted this information. So I've been struggling. What is it that is concerning him? And I think in this last letter that he wrote, I think I finally understand it, and I'm going to put it on the record for the city. Mr. Bush's comment in his last letter was that we needed these business and financial details of the property owner and the applicant in case, just in the off chance that the city, if it had to build expensive water and sewer infrastructure in connection with this project, and they needed to seek reimbursement from somebody, they'd know who to go look for. Well, that's just misplaced. Mr. Bush is confusing or conflating the construction activities of a project with the application process. The affidavit of legal interest does nothing more than to confirm and indemnify the city to say, I am the owner, I'm given my permission, and if there's anything that's a problem with that, we will indemnify you. That's what has happened with the affidavit of legal interest. When it gets to the point, if it gets to the point that this applicant is starting to put engineering documents together, working with your Public Works Commission, and we are required to put in certain infrastructure, there are all sorts of surety agreements and requirements that the city has to make sure that there is no issue with the applicant paying their fair share. So the affidavit of legal interest is merely to provide information on ownership and permission to an applicant in connection with bringing an application from the city. And I'm sorry that some of our neighbors don't understand a lot of the nuances of what you do day in and day out, and that your Public Works Commission does day in and day out, and it frustrates them. And our goal is to try and unfrustrate them if we can, by trying to figure out what it is that is making them concerned and laying that before the council. So with that, we really have appreciated the staff, the DR consultants, the P&Z. It's been very helpful for us as we've gone forward. We appreciate our neighbors. They've helped us make a better project. And so we're looking forward to the public testimony tonight. We're looking forward to providing rebuttal at the next hearing, and looking forward to the deliberation by the city. And if there are no questions, I'll stand down.
Questions for Ms. Butler?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
thank you for your presentation.
Sure.
I'm kind of going back to the comprehensive plan because I want to make sure I understand that in your articulation of why it does not violate the comprehensive plan. So just the comprehensive plan and the land use map designation for this parcel, it's it's a neighborhood activity node, neighborhood destination, green boulevard corridor, residential low density, and future park / open space, those 4 things. I understand the TOD and the planning around trying to develop transportation and that corridor and things like that. I understand your argument that there's a distinction between open space between public, public versus private. I'm having a little bit of understanding of your density argument, right? Because it says low density, right? And it seems to me what you're saying is that the transportation TOD trumps the low density because everything's getting denser. So because of that, just because everything's getting denser, we need to be denser too. But that violates directly the comprehensive plan for this land use map designation for this area, which says residential low density. And that's one reason why I asked Mr. Troutman that question is, if I look at the development with the golf course, then I kind of understand if I look at that whole parcel where low density might kind of make sense. But if I zero in on just those 22 acres, it's really dense. And in that perspective, it violates the comprehensive plan and the argument of, well, everything's getting denser, so we need to be denser too. Well, it's not, I understand that, but it still violates a comprehensive plan. So could you tackle that particular issue? Because I'm confused on that.
Love to. It does not violate the comprehensive plan. I don't think a comprehensive plan can be violated because a comprehensive plan isn't a standard. It's not something that we must comply with. It's a vision. It's the guidance for where we're going, where we are today and where we're going in the future. Very often, many cities will identify on their comprehensive plan map, especially, they'll identify what's there today. And what's there today is R2. And I'm going to have to assume that the R2 that is there today was in accord with the comprehensive plan 30 years ago when it was adopted.
On 2019, it was updated, so not too long ago.
Okay, but when it was originally, when it was,
Originally, and then
yes,
reviewed in 2019.
Right.
Kind of going off of the 2019 comprehensive plan, because I consider that the latest version.
okay. And so again, you can't violate, I don't think you can violate the
In
comprehensive plan.
conflict.
One of the things that the residential low density says that the areas designated for low density are north of the river, and south of the river, west of Glenwood. These areas are predominantly single-family detached housing. They don't say we're visioning that they're going to be single-family. It says they are today single-family. My read of the comprehensive plan is that the comprehensive plan is identifying the designation that those areas north of the river, west of Glenwood are today. And then the comp plan goes on to say there are areas of attached housing that may be appropriate near major arterials and public facilities. And at that point, you have to look at the change over time that has happened from 30 years ago when the comp plan was in, a comp plan was in place and it was zoned R2, presumably in accord with that comp plan at that time. And it has changed over time. As I mentioned earlier, as we change as a community and as our plans change, and our plans did change in 2019 and 2021, we identified the transportation goals that we're trying to strive for. We identified this as an activity node. We identified that that activity node should have at least 14 to 20 units per acre, and it should have multi-story development with 3 or more stories. So the plan changed and we went from what existed and what was originally adopted to something a lot more dense and something that was promoting this transit development. So I don't see this as I don't see it as a conflict nor a violation. I see a movement and a gradual change in the comprehensive plan over time and the attempt to not just to get dense for the sake of getting dense, but to recognize the transit-oriented development that or planning that has been done. And we've incorporated into our planning and said, this is where we're going in the future. So given the plan's identification of looking for at least 14 to 20 units per acre, looking for at least 3 stories of multi-density, now it's the time to say, is the R2 zone supporting our comprehensive plan? Or is there something different that we should do to implement our comprehensive plan? And that's what we've done with this application. We've provided an SAP application with increased density and to help you implement the guidance of the comprehensive plan.
Okay, thank you. I do have one other question. What is, you know, Mr. Gusson testified as well. What is kind of the relationship between the two properties? Is there any agreements between the two? Is, you know, I think one concern from the letters we've received and just people is like, you know, what is going to happen with the golf course, right? Is it going to stay a golf course? You know, is there any guarantee that it's going to stay a golf course? Because I think that's a primary concern, right? And so when I was reading Mr. Gusson's letter to the council, you know, one of the things he said is he wanted to guarantee the survival of the River Club into the coming decades, right? That was in a letter that he wrote to council. So is there going to be an agreement between the River Club that to preserve the golf course at least for a period of time? Because I think the concern is what's going to prevent us to just, you know, great, thanks, we got this. Now we're going to develop the golf course. So can you explain and maybe alleviate for the record that concern?
I'm going to speak a little bit. I'm going to have Will take my foot out of my mouth if I misspeak. There is a relationship between the property owner and the golf course operator. Mr. Gustafson Company is the lessee of the golf course. Upon receipt of these entitlements, it'll go back to his ownership, correct? And those types of things, the property owner and the golf course lessee have been discussing and may still discuss and may be discussed at our next hearing with the city council.
Okay. I'd be interested to hear your response to that question, Mr. Gibson.
Councilmember, that's a great question. I get it asked all the time. And what I've told our members, what I've told the community at large is that when we purchased this golf course, we knew about the R2 zoning and we knew that R2 zoning, let me back up a little bit. I told our members, I told the neighbors, it's impossible for me to put a deed restriction or any sort of commitment on that, then the balance of the golf course property. They're difficult enough to finance and the collateral we're going to need. This is a $10 to $12 million effort to redo this golf course. Irrigation system, cart path, redoing the golf course. You know, we're going to have to borrow quite a bit of money. And the only way we're able to borrow that money is by having underlying zoning. No lender would do it without that collateral. And as I've told everybody, our guarantee is we spent $5 million fixing up a very dilapidated property that needed a tremendous amount of work that was really ignored by the previous publicly traded owner. We spent over $5 million. We have $2 million worth of construction going on right now. Nobody would do that. If that isn't enough of a guarantee that this is going to remain a golf course. And also Lincoln Property is at the end of the day is paying a premium for this golf course frontage property. And so the only guarantee that we offer is the fact that we have spent as much money as we have. We are about to embark on a $12 million improvement of the golf course. It's a question that comes up all the time, and I understand that, right? But I can't give a guarantee. I can't give up the zoning I have. I need that collateral to move forward. So I'm just standing here today after 5 years of being completely transparent. The only guarantee we offer is the money we spent to date, the money we're spending today. And if you go out there today, we've got a lot of construction going on. And this development guarantees the financial backbone for us to move forward. I say the guarantee is that really is the guarantee, is the fact that by this zoning being approved and by this development, Lincoln's proposal being approved, then we're able to, the golf course ownership reverts back to our entity. And at that point, we get to move forward. So long-winded answer for, the guarantee is the fact that we spent this money today. We wouldn't do that if we were going to if we're just going to let the golf course go. And it's a valid question. It's the only guarantee we have. We need that zoning we need the existing zoning for collateral. Lincoln Property, we'd have, they'd have a really great case against us, frankly. They bought this property based on the fact that they were going to get 2/3 of a mile of frontage to build world-class development.
Is there an agreement to keep it in R2 zoning? And so it couldn't potentially be high density housing in the future, like someone putting an SAP for the remaining 100 units and trying to do what you're doing. On the
Sure.
site?
Yeah, it is going to remain R2, that the balance of the golf course definitely remains R2 for all the reasons I just explained, but that would have to go back to you folks for approval, and frankly, I don't see whoever approving something like that. Because this was based on these commitments. So
That'd be something to consider.
yeah, I mean, you all would have another shot at approving this. And I just don't see that the city would ever, based on this going forward, allow that 100 acres to create another SAP and create even more zones.
Just more, is there any type of agreement where you would agree to keep it R2?
Oh, I definitely keep it R2 zone. That's all we I would absolutely do that. Yeah, we don't need one R2 zoning to get financed. Yeah, we'd be able to do something like that. Yeah, something we can discuss. And we've had discussions with Lincoln about well, we've had a lot of discussions to keep them comfortable also, but yeah, we'd be willing to do something like that. R2 zoning, we're not interested in upzoning the balance of that property by any means. So
Thank you, appreciate it.
you bet.
Thank you. Further questions for Ms. Butler?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, she's on her way back.
Ms. Butler, I appreciate your very thoughtful and detailed report this evening. My question is regarding engagement of the community. You've referenced Mr. Leroy, Mr. Bush, attempts being made to meet with community members and specifically Mr. Bush to get clarity. How many meetings have you had, or how many pieces of communication have you sent out to the community soliciting input, feedback, and their concerns?
I'm going to let some of the other members of the applicant team, because they are the ones that solicit. And I know that we've been working, I'll let Will especially mention this, because especially with members at the golf course, since I know that since the day that this came up, they've been having large scale maps on the walls to apprise members of this. So let me ask Will to please speak to that a little bit more. Thank you.
Mr. Gustafson, I apologize for making you sit down and
That's
stand
quite
back.
all right. It's quite all right. We've been doing this a long time. We held our first planning for the future meeting in May of 2019, 5 months after we originally bought the property. And we presented a plan that was very, very similar to this. It showed an area outside on State Street, a redesigned golf course. It has changed quite a few times since then. We've posted pictures at the golf property of these plans. We had two different meetings during that May of 19 period. We had a town hall meeting that we had televised on YouTube, where Mark Johnson sat and asked me questions that were submitted by the public. And we went through really a lot of duplicated questions, but went through every question that came up and answered all of those questions. As recently as last month, I held it was 2 or 3 days of coffee with Will in the morning, and then we actually had wine with Will in the evening, where the neighbors and the members were invited to come in and just sit down. We limited it to I think a dozen folks at a time, and said, listen, tell me what your concerns are. What do you need answered? We also, after those meetings, prepared a sort of a question and answer paper that went back out to the members and the neighbors. And I'm happy to get you guys a copy of that if you haven't seen it. It walked through all the different issues that the neighbors, that the community has, frankly. Everything from the trees on State Street to what guarantees do we have that the golf course stays there, and what about zoning, and I went through those as detailed as possible and answered all those and sent those out. It was posted on the State Plantation site. We sent all of our neighbors. So Councilman Jorgensen, as late as last 3 weeks, we held meetings with our neighbors and members. So we try to be as transparent as possible.
And what was the turnout like for the coffee and wine with Will?
You know,
If it was free wine, I
we
would
should have
been
done
there,
more
folks.
wine with Will because they seem to be a little more popular. I have to look back. We kept records. There were a couple of meetings where 8 or 10 people at times. Some are only 6 people. Overall, were there 50 people? I don't know. Seems about the right number.
All right. Thank you very much.
You bet.
Thank you. Further questions, Ms. Butler? Okay, any final comment, Ms. Butler?
No, thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay. We'll go ahead and hear from staff. Good staff report, Ms. Thornborough.
Good evening again, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Jenna Thornborough, the city's Development Services Director. And just for the record, I have no conflict of interest with this application. So my presentation tonight is going to start off with what is a specific area plan. There are really 3 components to what a specific area plan is. The first is a new zoning ordinance altogether. So some of the zoning ordinances that Garden City's code has are R2, C2, mixed use, etc. And this application is intending to create a whole new zoning code. And then it's intending to rezone a particular property to that new zoning code designation. And then there's an additional component that most properties don't have on it, which is a master plan. And so the rezone of that property will also implement that master plan. And for this particular application, a development agreement to specifically address that the master plan is implemented is included with the application. And what a master plan is akin to the skeletal system of an area. It's not the detailed plan of an application for redevelopment, but it's looking at what the circulation system would be. So the vehicular as well as bike and pedestrian circulation, the general public facility requirements, amenities, establishing a vision, and establishing phasing. In the specific area plan code, there are 9 stated goals. I'm not going to go through each one of those as they're in your packet in the staff report, etc. But it is to implement the goals and objectives of the city's comprehensive plan, contribute to the social, economic, and environmental sustainability of the city, develop in a manner that's highly respectful of the natural setting, and it looks like I am going through all of these goals, that is at a human scale and ensures neighborhood compatibility, provide for a safe and comfortable integrated transportation system that prioritizes a pedestrian bicycle environment and mass transit and reduces vehicular trips, results in the contribution of amenities to the community, including maintaining public access to the Boise River and recreational facilities, designate and protect open site areas in perpetuity, provide for a mix of uses, including housing types. If necessary, plan for a coordinated phase construction of infrastructure, including public facilities and transportation system components, and remain consistent with the intent of the development code. It does look like when this was turned into a PDF from a PowerPoint presentation, not all of the slide came through. There are similarly functioning codes in the Treasure Valley. Both Ada County and the city of Boise have a very similar specific area plan code that have enacted areas in Ada County such as Avamore, Cartwright Ranch, Dry Creek Ranch, Hidden Springs. In the city of Boise, Barber Valley, Harris Ranch, Syringa Valley. Garden City has also had the specific area plan ordinance within the code for a number of years. However, it was redrafted not too long ago, and there was somewhat of a change. And the changes, a couple to bring to your attention, was previously there wasn't the zoning code component, so it didn't rezone the property. It was more of adopting a master plan. In 2019, the city did adopt a specific area plan for an area over at 34th Street. However, because there wasn't that zoning component, that application since has expired and is no longer a valid entitlement. And that was a smaller application, whereas the code used to say that anything over greater than 10 acres in Garden City was required to utilize the specific area planning process, and it no longer says that. The specific area plan is a process that is adopted already into code and is available to this applicant to utilize. And it's the decision maker's responsibility to determine, excuse me, if the application complies with the criteria set forth in code for the specific area planning process. And so as the proposal, should this be approved tonight, that right now this would really be step one, is the application process to rezone the application. Implementation of that master plan of the code would require future entitlements as well as construction permits. Future entitlements, for sure, this application would require design review. Thank you very much. Design review. And that this application proposes that each one of those sub-districts comes back for a further review with a design review bare minimum. The application, should there be any subdivision, they haven't proposed subdivision of the project area at this point in time, would require, again, additional public input. Any changes in the specific area plan would require to come back through the public process as identified in code. There are minor changes that could be allowed at a staff level. And then there's also the construction permits that would be required, the building permits, the floodplain permits, the engineering, et cetera, to implement those future entitlements. It is noteworthy that the design review is a process that does allow public input, where anybody withstanding can trigger a public hearing process with the city council. I think there's been quite a bit of discussion on the property background, so I'll skip over that and go right into some of the components of the master plan. The applicants already noted a lot of the components in the master plan as well, but there are 3 sub-district locations identified. The connectivity for the vehicular as well as the bicycle and pedestrian connectivity has been identified. There's a canal and waterway that is proposed off-site on the golf course, as well as the open space would be the linear park. It does propose phasing and design objectives and characters. The Planning and Zoning Commission did recommend that the development agreement specifically be adopted as part of the zoning rezone. and included certain conditions, including restricted access onto State Street, the bus stop be required, the Pierce Park intersection be specifically required, design concepts for the building be specifically required as part of that master plan. The applicant did go into depth with the sub-districts. And so I will go over that because they did talk about the densities, the types of product that they're envisioning, et cetera, on the sub-districts. And this is the conceptual master plan that we have to date. So you've already seen this slide a couple of times through the applicant's presentation, as well as what's being referred to as the mitigation proposal, which would take that eastern sub-district and provide an acre buffer from the North Fair Oaks place to the project that's not shown in the conceptual master plan. There are some procedural matters. At the beginning of the meeting, the mayor and council already noted no conflict of interest or ex parte. And staff also has now noted no conflict of interest. Noticing has been brought up in previous hearings as a concern. And the question of noticing, when staff looked into that, staff did not identify noticing errors where signs had been taken down, but the project itself had been dual noticed. And so state statute as well as Garden City Code allows one or the other. And both types were provided, and arguably the signage was correctly signed as well, just taken down. And so the applicant did agree to re-sign to remedy any question of that. There's also been questions about the record. Individuals concerned that the record was not complete with their comments, et cetera. And it should be noted that the city council receives the exact same information that everybody can see on the website. And so it's publicly facing, and the council has the access to all of those record documents right on the public website as well. And so hopefully that alleviates any concerns that there are missing record documents. And earlier on in the application, there is a question of standing, and that's also been remedied where individuals were indicating that they were representing undisclosed individuals, and those individuals have now been disclosed for the record. I believe both of these civil matters have been discussed well tonight. The first of which, as the master declarations, is a civil contract. And then the second is a property ownership, where the city does require that applicants do provide an affidavit of legal interest from the owner, indicating that the applicant has the ability to apply. As Ms. Butler indicated, that truly is to protect the city. And so an owner couldn't come back against the city for granting approvals for an application on their property that they do not consent to. It's also been noted that it's been determined by the city that based on the documents that have been provided by the applicant to date, result in prima facie evidence that there is the owner has consented to the application. And so any future individual or entity that would come through and say that they are the owner would be a civil matter between the owner and the applicant. And then a matter outside of the scope of this application would be the Greenbelt connection. There is an existing easement, or an easement is the right to use someone else's property for a specified purpose. For example, in my backyard, there are utilities, and I cannot relocate those utilities that benefit my neighbors in the utility company with, because it's on my property. As an example of an easement, there is a note number 5 on the investor's plantation on the river subdivision that appears to designate lot 99 as a public bicycle easement to connect Plantation River Drive to the Greenbelt. This subdivision was recorded in 1991 and is being contested by some, including the Investors Plantation on the River Homeowners Association, as being a valid easement. At this point in time, staff is not saying one way or another if it is or isn't a valid easement. However, it certainly has been utilized by a number of public agencies, including the City of Garden City, City of Boise, City of ACHD, in infrastructure investment as well as planning activities over the last 30 years, and has been open to the public during that time frame. However, the reason that this is a matter outside of the scope of this application is because it would be inappropriate to address this at this point in time, because the application or the applicant has no control over that lot 99, and nor is it fundamental to their application. There are processes established by Idaho code to address any such individual or agency that may have claim for a way to relinquish their rights. Again, that is, there are processes in Idaho code that would allow that. But certainly, because it's not fundamental to this application, nor does the applicant have any control, should it be something that's decided as part of this application without those agencies and individuals who may have claim to the contested easement to weigh in and potentially relinquish that easement. Ms. Butler did discuss spot zoning. Spot zoning is a two-pronged test, we'll say. And the first is that spot zoning cannot be allowed if the rezoning of a property benefits a particular property, allotting rights that are not granted to surrounding properties. But then the second prong is unless it's not in accord with the comprehensive plan. So if the rezone does provide benefits to a certain property, then the council would also have to determine that it's not in accord with the comprehensive plan. So both of those prongs would have to be not meant to be spot zoning. And then the comprehensive plan has also been discussed quite a bit tonight. And the comprehensive plan is a full document where there are 4 land use designations for this particular property: the Green Boulevard corridor, the transportation, the TOD node, the low density residential, and the open space. And we've heard the applicant discuss quite a bit of how they believe that the comprehensive plan is not in, that the proposal is not in conflict. The Planning and Zoning Commission was unanimous in its recommendation for approval, and therefore found that the proposal was in accordance with the comprehensive plan. There was some discussion on the TOD node and whether or not that it was truly meeting that test to be a TOD node, noting that perhaps it could have gone further to promote non-motorized traffic, noting that there may be a slight lack in activity. And particularly that the application is more private in nature than public. And then the design review committee or consultants, as well as at least some members of the commission did note that they had wished that the application went further in housing diversity. But again, it really should be noted that because there was the unanimous recommendation for approval, that the P&Z did find that the comprehensive plan wasn't the project's in accord with the comprehensive plan. Housing, I just touched on where originally with the design review consultants, the diversity of housing was a larger topic of discussion as it has been as it's gone through the process, where the comprehensive plan objectives 6.2 and 6.3 really speak to diversity of housing. The applicant has agreed to a condition of approval of a percentage of their housing stock being a variety of bedroom types or universal design. And so universal design really can be aging in place ADA type of design. They've also noted that requiring subsidized housing within the state of Idaho has been deemed by the court systems as being an unconstitutional tax. And then one other note that the applicant or your recommending bodies have noted is that the bus stop that's proposed could decrease overall household budget costs, allowing for more of the expendable income to be geared towards their housing costs. And then open space really, I believe, is the major crux of concerns within the neighborhood. And as we've already heard tonight, the golf course itself. The comprehensive plan indicates that the open space needs to be well integrated with maximum bicycle and pedestrian access. And the applicant is proposing that linear parkway as their open space component of this project. And it also should be noted that the applicant also has an active minor land division and that would separate the golf course from the project. And so it would separate those two pieces of property. The initial proposal had a different vehicular circulation network, as Mr. Taunton has noted tonight. And so initially, this access right here was a right in, right out onto State Street. This access has always been a fully signalized access onto Pierce Park. And then initially this access point did permit left turns on State Street. And because of the safety concern of unrestricted left turns, this particular access in the initial discussions as this started going through the public process was garnered a lot of discussion. Staff is leaving the circulation discussion in, even though the applicant has worked with ACHD comments to limit this to right in, right out and remove this access point right here, just because of the safety concerns of those unrestricted left-hand turns onto State Street. But as proposed to date, they have mitigated those concerns. Before I leave that slide, school bus access, as Mr. Taunton had noted, has been quite a discussion point as well. Staff's discussions with Ms. Daw with the school district has been that the school district would not would prefer not to have a State Street bus stop for students or to have bus stops on private streets. And the school district has also noted that there's an existing bus stop on North Fair Oaks Lane. That's not discounting the conversations that Mr. Taunton has had with her. We just don't have that in the record aside from verbal testimony at this point in time for his conversations indicating that if there's a pullout onto State Street or if there's an indemnification for use of the private streets. There's a lot going on with this slide and I'll try to do it justice. This is really showing the bicycle and pedestrian circulation within the project area. And hopefully everybody can see my mouse. So this is the very general project location. And I'll start off with this contested lot 99 to the green belt. So today, and for the last, since 1991, there has been this connection to the green belt. And today there's an existing ACHD low stress route that's designated down Plantation River Drive. And so that's what exists today. What also exists today is their ACHD identifies State Street as an increased stress for most route. And what that means is that the definition is as streets with high volumes and high speeds that increase stress for most users, typically recommended for strong and experienced bicyclists only. And so here we can see the existing school bus stop. And then we can see some of the proposed components here. So here's the proposed, very generally placed, proposed publicly accessible route by the project, as well as the multi-use path adjacent to the State Street that they're proposing. And so the applicant is proposing to build both of these areas here. As we've heard tonight, ACHD is intending in the near future on addressing the intersection at Pierce Park and State Street to make it more pedestrian friendly. There is the proposed VRT bus stop at this location. And then here we have the contested connection to North Fair Oaks to that proposed circulation plan, or excuse me, multi-use, publicly accessible multi-use pathway. Without this connection here, anybody that's in this area would be required to come down and travel down State Street. Another thing that staff would like to note is that likely the bicycle and pedestrian movement would be slightly different than what the TIS or the transportation impact study is that was provided by the applicant. But the applicant did provide application materials for vehicular movements that 55% of the vehicular movements coming out of the project would be going west. And so really the increase to the neighborhood, if that follows, should there be a connection here, would be for users that are already going down State Streets. There would be about 55% of the existing users that would now potentially divert earlier and go through to the Pierce Park signal. It should be noted that while the applicant is proposing this multi-use path along State Street, it ends at their project boundaries. It would not get them clear down to this existing low stress route that's identified. And I should note, not only by ACHD, but also by the city of Boise in their master plan or in their pathway planning efforts. And so the foundation for traffic impact, speed, and pedestrians' risk of severe injury or death. Note that on lower speed roads, between 20 to 15 miles per hour, there's a 90% survival rate if hit by a motor vehicle. And a 12% mortality rate at 25 miles per hour. And the State Street is designated at 40 miles per hour. And 79% of pedestrians and bicyclists hit at that speed are gravely injured and 45% die. It should also be noted that those who are young or older, those rates are increased, particularly with the sizes of vehicles. And in Idaho, we see larger sizes and fewer than 30% of vehicles are not in that larger size, that SUV or larger pickup sizes. And those tend to hit higher and do more damage and cause even increased mortality rates than are noted there. And again, that Pierce Park intersection is intended to be constructed in 2025. And here you can see a Boise School District safe routes to Pierce Park plan. And so if that low stress connection were to connect through and allow for a connection over here, that would open up this entire neighborhood to be part of that low stress walking routes to the Pierce Park school system. But however, relying on that State Street connection, that would not be possible. There are other places that individuals living here in the existing plantation subdivisions couldn't get to. So there's the proposed retail component, the bus stop, etc. And vice versa. Of course, then the project could not walk down into this area. In trying to identify the concern with the connection, some of the concerns noted by the neighborhood with this connection is there is a concern that individuals will park in this area and then walk into the project area. As well as the thought that it will increase the access to the green belt at this area. I think I've already noted it, but in ACHD and the city of Boise's formal agency comments, both of those agencies did recommend that this connection be made, as well as did the design review committee. And with the amendment to the application, or not the amendment, the mitigation proposal, with this being removed, what the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended was that pathway be stubbed to what would potentially become part of, or remain part of the golf course. So should there be any redesign of the golf course, then at some point in time in the future, that pathway could connect to North Fair Oaks Place. There was another condition of approval that went through the Planning and Zoning Commission that said that the design review needed to review this plan prior to coming to the city council so that their comments could be part of the record. And one of the consultants did note that this should still occur regardless. There should be the connection to North Fair Oaks. And so condition 9A in the draft potential decision has an either or following the recommendation. So you have the Planning and Zoning Commission recommendation to stub to the property or the project boundary. And then you have the design consultant recommendation to connect to North Fair Oaks Place.
Did you have a question?
I did want to interrupt, but yes.
No, go ahead. I think while we're on.
Feel free to interrupt anytime.
Thanks, Ms. Thornborough. Could you repeat that? It sounded to me like the design review, and this is what I read, recommended connection, but that's the pedestrian connection, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Keller, that is correct.
ACHD is not going to support a punch through for vehicles. So this is just and the alternative is to stub that without connection, correct?
Mayor, Councilmember Heller, that is correct. Those are the two recommendations. So ACHD is not supportive of vehicular connection to North Fair Oaks. However, they have recommended that the city require the connection for the bicycles and pedestrians.
I read that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
Ms. Thornborough, regarding the concern about parking on Fair Oaks, and people, we're worried about people parking there and walking into the potential development, which I understand, but isn't there also an opportunity to potentially permit that street to prevent that? And we have an overlay option in our new parking code and things like that. So if that were a concern of the people living on Fair Oaks, we could permit that street, which would theoretically prevent people from parking in that area and cutting through.
Mayor, Councilmember Jacobs, yeah, you're absolutely correct. As of tonight, the council did pass the parking ordinance that does provide for a path forward to have permit parking in certain parking areas, parking districts.
Would that could be a request of the people living on that street?
Certainly, if the community were to bring an application before the council, that would be something that the council could consider.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. The application's code amendment or generation of a new zoning code, the application documents have provided their tactic was to take the entire Title VIII development code and amend that development code to specific to their application. And so it's very similar to the Title VIII code in and of itself. They provided a summary and comments of why they were requesting each of the changes. And some of what they're proposing is to adopt sections of code by reference, and then other areas they're requesting to refine to implement their sub-districts. Their sub-districts specifically are addressed in density and intended development type. They've identified uses that would be allowable within their the residents at River Club zoning district. And this is a bit of a typo, not a bit of a typo, but they had been waiting for the parking code update that was in progress to identify their proposed parking. That's incorrect. The staff report does identify their proposal, which basically is one parking space for one in studio units, 2 for anything above, and a 0.5 guest up to the first 10 and then 0.1 thereafter. So very, very similar to what was proposed or what's been adopted as of tonight in draft B. There are slight differences where they have proposed an active adult a designation, as well as I think some slight dimensional differences. And then some of the comments that came back through the design consultants was concerns with some of the language that could be considered to be subjective, such as high quality. And to alleviate that, the development agreement referring to the master plan and some of the photos that are within would the code would harken back to that master plan as identifying design aspirations. And the design review comments were incorporated into the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation that's before you tonight. Throughout the presentation, I've already addressed some of the agency comments. ACHD, as already noted, did request that the applicant remove the westerly access to State Street, and where there had previously been the unrestricted left turn to limit that access to right in, right out. The applicant has already responded to that. Both the city of Boise design consultants and ACHD all have noted that central private road that's running through the application be addressed to be more obvious as a circulation to this signalized North Pierce Park intersection. The applicant has addressed that at some level, but this application would also condition that as this sub-district comes through, that road really be reviewed to make sure that it's clear that it will get individuals to that signalized intersection. And then ACHD also noted requiring the multimodal pathway along State Street, as well as the pedestrian connectivity to North Fair Oaks. The larger comment in the city engineer's comment is that any connection to the Boise sewer system would need to be coordinated through the Boise sewer district, in that Garden City only addresses Garden City Public Works. DEQ provided very standard conditions that we see with all applications. The city of Boise did note that the pedestrian connectivity to North Fair Oaks is preferred, and also to redesign that connection through that central district. I've already addressed some of the comments from Boise schools, and Valley Regional Transit had requested that the bus stop coincide with the State Street planning efforts. We've touched a lot on the comprehensive plan, and that this application cannot be in conflict with the comprehensive plan. And then there's also the State Street planning, corridor planning efforts that are adopted plans by the city that are applicable to this application, as well as the Garden City Transportation Needs Plan. We've heard about the State Street corridor planning efforts tonight, requesting that there be a TOD a location at North Pierce Park, the North Pierce Park intersection. And the transportation needs plan, the Garden City Transportation Needs Plan, talks about the intention to provide safe routes to school to that Pierce Park area. There are no code compliance concerns as conditioned that have been noted in this application. And again, the Planning and Zoning Commission did have a unanimous recommendation for approval with conditions. The draft potential decision document is drafted in accord with the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendations. There are a few minor changes that are highlighted throughout the document with a comment as why they're being recommended as having slight changes. For example, finding of fact, number 4, just as clerical wording to be updated to be consistent with the legal department's wording versus having any inconsistencies. A removal of the condition of approval to have the design review consultants look at the potential change at the eastern sub-district. And then there are a few other clerical items in there that condition number 3, for example, just updating the wording again. And then that 9A, there is a choice there. I believe there's nothing other than clerical issues to address there. There are 3 separate required findings per code that are suggested should be found in relation to this application. And they are for the specific area plan, which is 86B 6E. The required findings for a rezone 86B 10F, and the required findings for a code amendment, which is 86B 510. And the Planning and Zoning Commission has already provided a recommendation, and those are on pages 9 through 15 of the draft decision document. And the actions that the council has before them are to sustain the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation, to modify the recommendation, to reject the recommendation, or to remand it back to the Planning and Zoning Commission for further proceedings. LUPA, Land Use Planning Act, and Idaho statutes does require a reasoned statement of how the application does or does not meet the findings. And also, if the application is to be denied, the council would be required to identify what could be done to seek approval. The next steps, as it's getting later in night and there's still a lot of public to testify, the hearing very likely may be continued, as already noted by the mayor tonight. And then this slide says that it may be continued to a date certain of June 26th. It sounds like if it is continued, it will be continued to a date certain of June 26th. And then after the determination, should the council approve the application, both the code amendment as well as the rezones are ordinances. And so there's likely that there would be that 3 reading process, or the council could suspend the rules and adopt. And with that, I thank you for your time and stand for questions.
Questions of Ms. Thornborough?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Thornborough, thank you very much for this very thorough staff report. I really appreciate it. I do want to tease out a little bit more detail on the comprehensive plan. To Councilmember Jacobs' point, there does seem to be a conflict. And I think the conflict comes from the words. If I'd like to draw your attention back to the property background slide in your presentation.
Stop me if you see the one that, are you referring to this one? The comp plan itself?
Nope, it's a little bit further down.
2 up.
Page 7.
Yep, I think that's
this one.
Yeah. So if you look at the description of the comprehensive plan, you see there the words residential low density.
Mhm.
And there's nobody that looks at this application and goes, oh, that's low density. So can you, and notwithstanding Ms. Butler's explanation, can you, since you represent the city in our interest, further clarify why these words are not in conflict with the application?
And thank you, Mayor and Council Member. Where I would go is to look at this slide and show that there are those four. I guess the written words that you directed me to are the same. But in looking at the overall area, there are four designations to kind of Tetris together, in my opinion. So you have the Green Boulevard corridor, that high density TOD, and then the residential low density and open space. And in looking at the whole of the area, not the project in and of itself, the TOD densities don't preclude that the surrounding areas or the remainder of the area have residential low density or open space on it. To Councilmember Jacobs' point earlier, that's not honing in and looking at the specific 22 acres. That's zooming back out and looking at the picture on the puzzle box instead of the one piece of puzzle that you would fit into that picture. And that's how staff reviewed the particular application.
And Ms. Thornborough, I want to further clarify the comprehensive plan, and Ms. Butler's touched on this, and I believe Mr. Wadhams will jump in and add further clarification. Is that code? Is it guidance? What is the city's obligation to meet the description and guidance in the comprehensive plan?
Mayor, Councilmember Jorgensen, because there are required findings and also in LUPA for a rezone, particularly zoning and zoning ordinance changes, staff believes that the comprehensive plan can't be in conflict. There are case law that have been cited in the staff report where not every aspirational goal of a comprehensive plan necessarily has to be met, but the findings have to be that there's not clear conflict with the comprehensive plan.
Thank you, Mr. Wadhams. Do you have anything further to add?
Well, I do, Mr. Mayor, member of the council, the legal standard on the comprehensive plan is not, the legal standard is whether or not the application's in accord with. So that's what LUPA uses the words in accord with. So what does that mean? If it's plausible, I mean, and if it's plausible, that's good enough that it's in accord with. If it doesn't meet one of several goals, that is not critical to the application. So the issues are spot zoning, and the issues are whether it's in accord with the comprehensive plan. I would submit, I think the legal analysis is it's not illegal spot zoning unless it's solely for the benefit of the applicant. If the council believes it's for the benefit of the applicant and for the community at large, that's not illegal spot zoning. That is, so there's two kinds of spot zoning. Type 1, that's completely legal. So sometimes people hear the term spot zoning and they think, oh my goodness, it must be illegal. No, spot zoning can be legal, and that's fine. The only time it becomes illegal if it's only for the benefit of the applicant. If the council believes that this is for the benefit of the community at large, it is legal. It is not illegal. And so that's something that the council is going to have to decide. But so the legal standards are whether it's in accord with the comprehensive plan. And if, you know, and that can be loosely interpreted, I suppose, because it is just a vision of the future. The other thing I should probably throw in there is that when you're going through this analysis, the case law says that you should give deference to the Planning and Zoning Commission's recommendation. They found that it was in accord with the comprehensive plan. So if you apply deference to that, you must find that they really got it wrong. You applying that deference to the Planning and Zoning Commission. So one, apply deference to what they found. They found it was in accord with the comprehensive plan. And then you look to see whether it's illegal spot zoning. And again, it's only illegal if it's solely for the benefit of the applicant. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Wallace.
Okay, other questions of staff? Hey, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, it's that time again for a brief break, after which we will start with the public testimony. Okay. Okay, we can reconvene at 9:56. Okay. Okay, at this time, we're going to open the public hearing. We've got a lot of folks that want to testify. Just wanted to remind everybody, if you've sent in written testimony, the city council's read it. It's your 3 minutes. If you want to repeat the same thing in your written response, that's certainly your right. I just want to assure you that council has reviewed everything that has been sent in. If you want to repeat other speakers that have spoken before you, you're free to do that. But in the we want to have deference to try to get as many people on the record tonight as we can. So just a little ground rule. Testimony needs to be targeted toward the application. If you have an issue with your neighbor, with the applicant, with Susanna, this isn't the venue to vet that. Let's keep it to the application. That's the decision the council's going to make. I heard testimony when I reviewed earlier meetings where the attacks got personal. You're at liberty to say whatever you want about somebody, but you're not going to do it here tonight if that's your intent. So with that, we'll open the public hearing on SAP FY 2023-0001. And our first person, but one other thing, set that for Mr. Leroy. He's going to have 15 minutes. Yeah, don't start it yet because he talks slowly. So. So hand me this. Mr. Leroy is representing a number of people. With their permission, are the people that you're representing here tonight? Some of them? Okay, all of you understand that you won't be allowed to speak individually. Mr. Leroy is speaking for you. Well, that's the rule. So if you want to speak individually, we can't get to everybody. You asked Mr. Leroy, you're paying him to speak in your stead. I yield my time to David Leroy. So that means your time is his. Okay, if you want to rescind your representation by Mr. Leroy, I need to know right now. Okay, what's your name, sir? John Livingston. You want Mr. Leroy to represent you, correct? Okay, so you won't be speaking. Okay. Anybody want to rescind their? Stoddard? Yes, you want to speak. Okay, if Mr. Leroy is speaking for you, fine. If you do not want him to speak because you want to speak, I need to know. That's all. Okay, so I'm going to assume everybody on your list, you're speaking for Mr. Leroy. Okay. So we'll call the public hearing open and we will welcome Mr. Leroy to the podium. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Before we begin Mr. Leroy's testimony, or comments, can we generally understand the group that he's representing? Is this an organized group or an HOA or?
Well, it's a
Is
group
it-
of individuals, so
Okay.
we've got.
I'll take care of that, Mr. Mayor.
Do you have that? Okay.
Thank you.
And you get 3 minutes per person that's represented. So with a maximum of 15 minutes. So I think you've got 6 or 7 or 8 people. So Mr. Leroy will have 15 minutes. We'll start the timer after he identifies himself. Green is keep talking. Yellow is start wrapping it up. Red, when all the noise starts, you're done. Okay? All right. Welcome, Mr. Leroy. If you would, give us your name and address for the record.
Your Honor, members of the council, distinguished staff, I'm Dave Leroy, attorney at law, P.O. Box 193, Boise, Idaho. I represent the Livingstons, the Smelicks, the Pattersons, and I am pleased to be here. It occurs to me that a good mystery novel has a denouement. The whodunit is revealed in the last page of the last chapter, and I don't think public hearings are supposed to work like that. But I could tell by the questions you asked of the developer that you were tracking very precisely about what the concerns are for the people that live on North Fair Oaks Place and in the Plantation subdivision between State Street and this proposed development and the river. I think the applicant was particularly clear that it did not propose connectivity of any kind through that neighborhood. Yet the staff report to the last chapter suggested in 14 different ways and methods why that was necessary, appropriate, and it's what you ought to do. So let me say a couple of things about our working relationship with the applicant. We have indeed met with them a couple of times. We do appreciate the concessions that they're making, and it continues to evolve tonight in terms of the kinds of things that they're saying to make this proposition of the SAP more reasonable, more sensitive. For instance, we heard tonight for the first time about density transfer limitations. We heard tonight some detail about the possibility of school district transfer pickup locations on site. We've noted before the Planning and Zoning Commission a proposed increase in parking spaces. We've got a new graphic tonight about 2-story townhouses that we've never seen. But it does not give us much comfort when even so distinguished an expert as Mr. Taunton says, in reply to some of these questions, quote, "We'll get that figured out." And that's the problem we have with this proposition. Ms. Butler wanted to know why phase 3 is particularly offensive to us. The why has to do with bulk. If you look at that image of phase 3, you'll find that the 4 or 5-story building is a double L-shaped structure, 600 feet long and 4 or 5 stories high. And that vista is now green open space. And that acres will be significantly changed by this particular proposition. We are concerned about density. Why? This puts 260 units in our immediate backyard, and we are all together in the Plantation subdivision, only 253 R2 homes. And our lots are large and enjoyable, many of them proximate to the golf course, almost all of them with some kind of vista. And those vistas to the north will be significantly altered. Why? Your Garden City's staff is suggesting that now we must have political future connectivity in terms of the walking and biking path. And that for us means that you have 1,500 residents of this subdivision, as well as everybody north of State Street who comes through the Pierce Park intersection, trafficking either on foot or in bikes through our neighborhoods. And that is very concerning to us. The question about parking is indeed one that is of great concern to us, and a limited permitting process of the residents there may in some regard be useful, but it does again radically change the kind of neighborhood we are in terms of welcoming our visitors to on-street parking when we have a social event or otherwise. Why, despite Mr. Taunton's suggestion that phase 3 is connected to the commercial enterprise, you can see that it is not. It's simply a dangling article of some kind pointed directly at our neighborhood. And until the Planning and Zoning Commission, it had absolutely no connectivity to State Street. Yet tonight, again, suddenly it's got a yellow foot on one of those slides that connects it to State Street. But let's be honest about what phase 3 is. It's simply a dense, immediately proximate residential area that puts in our backyard and our front yard a great number of residents. The phase 3 is not a transportation corridor. It's not a neighborhood node. It's simply a huge, dense structure. And that why concerns us very much. So Ms. Butler can talk about sharing the benefits and sharing the burdens. But as my clients see it, we're left with the burdens of this new development. And Lincoln, it takes away the profits, particularly those profits from phase 3 that have nothing to do with a neighborhood activity node or a transportation node along State Street. Why? We're concerned, very concerned about this green belt access conflict that's being built in to our neighborhood. And the why is eloquently answered by the 109 testimonials against this proposition that were previously submitted to this record, and you'll hear some more tonight. So our plans haven't changed. We simply want to have a peaceful neighborhood without conflict, and to continue to do what we've done since we became an annexed area of Garden City back in the 1970s. And I think the crown jewel of the city in terms of residential developments. It intrigues me that an assertion could be made that a comprehensive plan can't be violated. We think that proposition is not true at all. And I'd like to cover a couple of basic standards that I think apply to basically a comprehensive plan, to the spot zoning concept that's been mentioned, to the Garden City Code itself, in terms of findings that you are required to make if you're going to approve this development. The comprehensive plan can indeed be violated. Objective 7.3 suggests that you will protect neighborhoods from through traffic. 7.4.3 suggests in its comprehensive plan detail that you will create safer and neighborly streets. And we believe the spot zoning map suggests low density housing, and the continuation of low density housing is our expectation in Plantation subdivision. A note about spot zoning: you have an excellent memo from your Garden City attorney produced in November of 2020, several pages that defines spot zoning. And the spot zoning definition that was given to you tonight was almost right, but slightly incomplete. Spot zoning of type 2 presents special benefits to a property owner. And secondly, negative impacts to a surrounding property. And the test looking for it is, do you find a small, localized zoning area inconsistent with the comprehensive plan? And we suggest to you, even if you can justify the phase 1 and phase 2 along State Street, that the 8 acres of phase 3 is exactly that, a small, localized zoning area inconsistent with a comprehensive plan, which provides special benefits to Lincoln and negative impacts to us, the R2 neighbors, the surrounding property. There are also 4 Garden City codes that come into play. 8, 6B, 6E1, the SAP application as conditioned is consistent with city comprehensive plan as amended, including the future land use plan. That's a required finding. Another required finding of 8, 6B, 4E, 2, sub B, the proposed use and development shall be appropriate for the location, the lot, and the neighborhood. Phase 3 is not. The SAP code itself suggests in 6B, 6A3 that the development must be done in a manner that ensures neighborhood compatibility. And particularly with the spin that your staff is putting on this, against the wishes of the neighborhood, against the wishes of the developer, you are not accomplishing that goal. And finally, 8, 6B, 6E1, if an SAP application does not meet one or more of the above criteria, it should be denied. The lateness of the hour, Mr. Mayor, suggests to me that I should yield the remainder of my time to others who are here. But we are a peaceful and peace-loving neighborhood. We appreciate the concessions that the applicant has made, but phase 3 simply is spot zoning. It simply is inconsistent with a comprehensive plan. It simply is inconsistent with those sections of Garden City Code that I noted. And it is inconsistent with a peaceful group of neighbors that for the last 40 years have enjoyed being the crown jewel of Garden City. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Leroy. Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
Mr. Leroy. I prefer to hear people speak for themselves. Earlier, an agent of the applicant suggested that you and the people you represent would accept nothing shy of having essentially no phase 3. Is that a proper characterization of the people you represent?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, thank you for the opportunity. Yes and no. We can see no way that phase 3 as currently constituted can be consistent with anything adjacent to an R2 zone. Were they to show us a new graphic that had only 2-story townhouses and was more consistent or even compliant with R2 zoning, there's nothing wrong with that. On the other hand, we need to be honest with ourselves. That 1-acre parcel as it's currently constituted, unless otherwise developed, for instance, by new home sites, is going to be the kind of access way and invitation that even if not recognized fully by a path of some kind, is going to be an access way for 1,500 people and everybody north of State Street. And for your staff to continue to recommend that ought to be, quote, stubbed out. What's that mean? That simply means that next week or next month or next year, you'll be asked to complete that connection. And if phase 3 requires a stubbed out path, then we object to it under any conditions. But thank you for the opportunity to clarify that point.
Thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Lear, I have a question on the connectivity because I've just kind of been grappling with it. So it's just I take it there's deep opposition to that connectivity between the proposed development and Fair Oaks. We've seen this in other parts of the city, and this is where I just need clarification on your thought process. Because if phase 1 and phase 2 are developed, say, or even phase 3, people are going to cut through there, whether there's a stub or not. So the question is do you want something, in my mind, and that's why I need to understand your opposition to be, and do I want something that's developed and managed, landscaped, and looks nice, or do I want people just trucking through that property regardless? Because if I live on Plantation Boulevard and I want to go to coffee, say in one of the new, I'm going to cut right through there, whether there's a a path or not, so. Intuitively, to me, it seems like the residents of Fair Oaks would want. If the development is gonna happen, would want some connectivity that actually looks nice, is paved, is structured, is maintained. Versus just a lot that people are gonna cut through. Because that's what will happen. We've seen it with other developments in the city where if it's not there, they just walk right on through. And so I think it's gonna be I'd hate to have it be a shortcut, which would be worse than having something that might be actually developed. So that's just kind of my thought process. Like to understand how the people that you represent think about that being the shortcut.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, excellent question, and it recognizes the reality of humanity. But I tell you that I think there are 11 families that live on North Fair Oaks. And if the trade-off to them were no development and no access of any kind and no temptation thereby for 1,500 people and everybody north of State Street to come their way, they would be more than willing to continue to drive around and use State Street to access the coffee shop. We want no access there. The applicant pledges no access there. Your staff is selling access at all costs there, and that's a problem. So any way we can absolutely assure that that is not an access point, we're very interested in. And we pledge to you that the 11 of us will not stand in the way of the horde because we think that's going to be a one-way street that doesn't have equal benefits. And we're not interested in the temptation of a direct cut across to a coffee shop.
So what you're proposing is if the development is to block it completely, fence or something, is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. And stub off is a game that no policymaker should be sold. If you stub something, if you build it, they will come. And the kinds of things that that one graphic with the dots and the lines and the whole routine shows you a couple things. It shows you that there is a very problematic access down State Street to the Greenbelt. It shows you that this Greenbelt access, which is to be utilized theoretically by all of those residents, is legally conflicted. And it shows you that North Fair Oaks is right in the targets and right in the sites. And any artifice like that the staff was proposing is utterly unacceptable to your constituents, the neighbors. And 109 of them have already said so.
Thank you.
Okay, further questions of Mr. Leroy? Thank you,
Mr.
sir.
Mayor.
Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I spoke too soon.
Councilmember Heller.
No, I'll defer to you.
Mr. Leroy, I appreciate you being here this evening and representing the residents on Fair Oaks. You've heard the mayor advise the council, you've heard staff reiterate, and if you're unaware, in the written documents, the council from our city attorney is to deny the application, we have to provide specificity and offer the applicant a way to remedy. What would you say that this council should deny this on, and what would this specific remedy be?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman, I believe that this should be denied and referred back to the Planning and Zoning Commission. I have cited to you the code sections and the code concepts. I have cited to you the comprehensive plan and that set of concepts upon which that referral back should be made. And I think this should go back to be right-sized. If that can be right-sized and includes some kind of phase 3 light, that's wonderful. If it can be right-sized and simply be confined along State Street, as was the original proposal, that's fine too. But what I would do would use the code sections that I gave you, the comprehensive plan section that I gave you, deny it at this level and refer it back to comprehensive to the Planning and Zoning Commission to have further dialogue. We do appreciate the applicant's efforts here. And the applicant has come a long, long way to meeting our concerns. But with sales jobs like the staff is doing, we simply remain extremely concerned that this is only one round of a very long mystery novel that ends badly for plantation subdivision.
So Mr. Leroy, otherwise stated, I'm kind of shifting this around a little bit.
Sure.
But the desire is to see the bulk of the building reduced, the density reduced, and essentially no connectivity at the greenbelt. Is that
And essentially know what, ma'am?
connectivity?
Yes, absolutely.
I captured that.
Precisely said.
Thank you, Mr. Leroy.
Anything further? I think it's safe now, Mr. Leroy. You can sit down. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members, thank you for the privilege of being here.
Thank you. Tom Donahoe. He's not here? Okay, he signed up in support of the application, just for the record. Yeah, Janelle Curtis. Welcome.
Thank you.
If you would give us your name for the record.
My name is Janelle Curtis. I live at 6256 North Charleston Place. I want to thank Mr. Mayor, members of the council, and those who have done extensive research on this development. We support the SAP. In fact, we will have a direct line of sight from our front patio to the development. We believe the owner, Mr. Gustafson, has listened to the residents of Charleston Place and Fair Oaks and has addressed the concerns of more green space between the houses and the development. We also believe he has responded quickly to ensure that pedestrian and bike access will not access Fair Oaks. We would like to address the commissioners, the city of Boise, ACHD, and Valley Regional Transit to state that we stand in solidarity with our neighbors who live on Fair Oaks by opposing bike and pedestrian traffic through that street to access the Greenbelt. We don't want Fair Oaks and the Plantation neighborhood to be the Pierce Park North State conduit to the Greenbelt. That would change the entire character of our neighborhood. We feel that this connection would endanger current traffic and diminish our privacy and safety. We know that there is a silent majority of many people who feel like we do, who support this project and look forward to a much improved golf course. Where are those people? Well, I could have said at 6 o'clock that those people were probably actively enjoying the golf course or enjoying the improved pool or the beautiful clubhouse, bocce ball, pickleball, you name it. I'm speaking for those who are not here, and there are many. So often with change, one only hears the objectors as opposed to those who support the change. When we purchased our home, I wasn't a golfer. Now it is our lifestyle.
1 minute.
Okay, it's how we recreate. We stand to lose the golf course if this project is not approved, and I'm sure that no other developer will want to retain our lifestyle or retain the course. If this project does not go forward, we will no longer be looking at green grass. We will instead be looking at a frontage road or a home. In my experience in life, it is much easier to walk away than give gratitude when it is warranted. I would like to publicly thank the council, the interested people here, and the owner, Mr. Gustafson. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions, council? No, sir. Okay. Did you have a question? No. Okay. Okay. You got to speak up quick, everybody. Okay. Virginia Morris. welcome.
Evening. Hello.
Um, She would give us your name and address, and then she'll push the button.
Mr. Mayor and members of the council, my name is Virginia Morris. I live at 4636 Savannah Lane, which is part of the Lake Plantation subdivision. And lived there since July 1st, 1989. In fact, I bought the first house in that subdivision. And I was on the very first homeowners association board. So as such, I do have practical experience implementing the conditions that I've been hearing about tonight and the reality of what that takes to minimize density impact on current residents. My source of the conditions is from the February 1989 and March 1989 Council and Planning Zoning Commission meetings, where they approved conditions to deter traffic on Savannah Lane, which included a gate at the Glenwood entrance and speed humps in front of the existing townhomes. But even with the private gate, controlling access to our street has been a challenge for 34 years, and it has been more difficult as population has increased. For example, club members from Riverside Village have driven carts around our gate, over lawns, and even purchased bootleg gate openers. Non-residents still attempt to access Glenwood, hoping the gate is open, and then turn around and drive back out, usually at faster, frustrated speeds. Golf course maintenance crews often use our street to access the west end of the course, and commuter and recreational bicyclists regularly use this as an unofficial extension of the Greenbelt path because what we've heard tonight about State Street. So signage, speed humps, and even large rocks placed into strategic areas have made little difference in traffic controlling density. In addition to the 1989 stipulations, when our subdivision was approved, the installation and maintenance costs for those deterrents it was stated they had to be decided between the developer and the homeowners. You can guess how that turned out. We residents have borne all the costs for the street and gate and maintenance of the gate since 1989. The developer refused to contribute in any way to those expenses, and we were left with the choice, of total public access, or we pay for it ourselves. So our concern is just what Mr. Leroy said, is that the density of 1,107 vehicles parked in those parking spaces and the disruption to what is a private street that is privately maintained destroys the peaceful conditions, and that's a very real disruption. It's not imagined. We've seen it, and it's going to get worse when the residents of the 700 new households try to access the Greenbelt to get to Glenwood.
We've got a red light. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Oh.
I'm trying to get everybody
I
in here.
didn't
I
even see
can't.
the yellow light. My apologies. Thank
No,
you.
you did very, very well. Thanks so much. Let's see, Jerome Schofield.
Good evening. My name is Jerome Schofield. I live at 5928 West Plantation Lane. And half the time at 6165 West State Street, or the golf course. I'm speaking on behalf of my wife also, who is at a makeup match at the golf course right now, or probably home. We urge you to approve the SAP application coming before you today. We have written to you previously and have only become more committed to the position that Will Gustafson and Lincoln Properties will have the best outcome for the property. Change is inevitable, as is development. Gustafson has committed to retaining and improving the golf course as part of the changes proposed. He has listened to members, spent millions on improvement of the golf course and club, making it a vibrant centerpiece of our community. He has consistently communicated his intentions about the project in spite of the statements to the contrary from the opposition. Those in opposition were heard, and Gustafson recently spent another estimated $1 million to buy back 1 acre from Lincoln Property Company to provide a bigger buffer between the development and the neighborhood, yet they're not appeased. There are certainly other details to be worked out, but this is a good development of a part of State Street that desperately needs updated services and buildings. Garden City has shown that they can have sensible and high quality development across the river, and I believe this will be another gem for the city. Please approve the SAP. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, council? Great, thank you, sir. Let's see. Okay, John Longhurst. Welcome, Mr. Longhurst.
Thank you.
Would give us your name and address for the record.
Okay. My name is John Longhurst, address 740 East Blue Heron Street, Meridian, Idaho. Okay, so as you've noticed, I'm sure, I don't live in the area, but I have, and I didn't grow up in the valley either, but I have lived in this in the Treasure Valley since the last week of 1977. So one of the things I've noticed is that Idahoans seem to have a great more common sense than people in some other areas in the country. So we have an abundance of people who are just anyway can that just have just plain good horse sense. So now I think that we go wrong in sometimes in planning developments. I felt for years, I grew up on a farm in Eastern Washington.
Are we getting to the topic of the specifics of this application, sir? That's what I need to hear.
Well, I just, it's way too dense. It just, seems to me like a big fiasco. What I wanted to say in regard to how what it has to do with farming is we should be, instead of developing in places like this, develop in the foothills or in the land between East Boise and Mountain Home. And that way you save the good farmland, okay, for farming, because the day could come when we really need food more than all these things that we use to entertain ourselves.
Thank you, Mr. Longhurst. You're not on topic at all, sir. So I'm going to move on. Thank you. Have
Okay.
a seat, please.
Good night then.
Next, we have Mike Nero. I think he left. Mike's gone, right?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
In opposition.
Mr. Nero was here to speak in support.
Thank you.
And I think we've all seen the letters from Mr. Nero.
Just wanted to verify. Thank you.
Forgive me ahead of time if I butcher this. Reese Schmelik. Oh, you dropped you need that? Okay. Welcome. Pleasure to have you here.
Thank you. My name is Reese Schmelik. I live at 6253 North Fair Oaks Place. And I felt compelled to come and speak tonight, not because I particularly enjoy this role, but a number of people have asked me, why why are we in opposition to this? Don't we want the golf course? And of course we want the golf course. That's why we bought our home in Plantation, was because we wanted the amenities of the golf course. We enjoy pickleball, golf, bocce. It's been a great place for us. Our concern is that this proposal doesn't necessarily guarantee that that will happen. And the question was asked earlier, is there a guarantee? And there's not. So the question is that if we all want the golf course and we think that's the right thing to do, I can safely assert, I think that everyone in this room, if I were to ask you, would you give up your backyard and put an apartment building there instead of your backyard or your front view? I don't think anyone in the room would say, yeah, sign me up. Let me do that. That's not their feeling on that. So consequently, just put yourself in the shoes of the people who abut and are adjacent to this development and ask yourself, are we doing to our neighbors and friends something that we wouldn't want to do for ourselves? These two things are important because I think there's two issues related to homeowners, current homeowners' rights. And one is, how are they determined? And so we talked a little bit, and we heard a little bit about Savannah, but just imagine you live on that street and they told you, you can no longer have your gate. How would you feel about that? I mean, we've just heard the incursions that occur with a gate, with speed bumps. So we get rid of that. And on Fair Oaks, we feel a lot like the same feeling of incursion being mandated to us to say, oh, you've got to open up the end of your street, when our homeowners master declaration provided us protection against that. And I know you said that that's not it's a civil issue, but it should be decided before this application moves forward. The second issue is the homeowners' rights related to the Idaho law and the SAP, which again, the quote there is that it's the rights to ensure that land use permits do not negatively impact property values. Again, the homeowners that are adjacent to the high density development would see a reduction in desirability and therefore their value. I mean, we just look at the office buildings that are on Glenwood, the homes that are advertised in Plantation, they say golf course views. The reason why they do that is because it increases our home value. So to deny that that wouldn't have an impact on a number of people that sit right next to it, you are negatively impacting them. So because of these issues, this proposal is really not ready and needs to go back and consider those issues around the homeowners. We want the golf course to stay. And we, as we said earlier, we're very appreciative of the moves toward making it more palatable. Let's keep going in that direction to make it more palatable before it's approved.
Thank you. Any questions, council?
Mr.
Mayor. Go ahead.
Thank you, Reese. You know, the question that I guess I've had is, what would your feelings be if it was just, if the entire golf course were developed R2, we put 6 homes on every acre, we put 800 homes in there? Would you be opposing that because that's what it was zoned for? Because you'd probably have those same issues with Savannah Lane. You'd have the same issues with connectivity to Fair Oaks. And, you know, there could be nothing that really the city could do to prevent 800 homes going in on that property. And so that's not, you know, and that's not necessarily, it's not on the table, but I'm just curious, you know, we don't want this development because, you know, it's the alternative. How do you feel about that? Because that is really the alternative, potentially, right?
And that alternative has been threatened. You know, if I don't get this development, then I'll implode, which, you know, it's a threat to the neighborhood for sure. And obviously, I think all of us who golf there and recreate there love it being there. From a homeowner's perspective, 1,500 apartment dwellers are probably going to be less favorable neighbors than homeowners and people who are invested in what would be expensive property right close to town. I mean, they're going to probably take better care of it. And so I think, especially at my age, I look and go, what's the safety like in the neighborhood? I look at my neighbors around, there are a lot of widows in there, and I think homeowners, just as a tendency, would provide me more security.
So you'd be more okay with that.
I would be more okay with that. I don't want that to happen. That's not my option. But I'd hate to see us approve this huge development and then 3 or 4 years later, well, I think I'll carve up another spot. I mean, there's, carve up a little bit more, and there's no promise that that wouldn't happen.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Malik, for your time and your comments. Earlier, a council member asked of Mr. Leroy, who represents a number of people on your street, interestingly, not you. He was asked, well, what would make this work for the people that he represents? And I got his answer. I'd like to ask you that same question.
Well, I think he captured the big concerns that we have, are that influx of traffic coming through. And as you rightly pointed out, people tend to ignore those signs of private property. I mean, the fence had to go up around 16 to prevent people from cutting in front of a tee box. So there, in my estimation, when we talk about connectivity, to dump a lot of traffic into a neighborhood that then does a quarter-mile loop back to State Street, especially if lot 99 ends up being protected by those homeowners, we're not connecting to the greenbelt there. So preferably for us would be to go to public access, which there's public access in Glenwood, public access up at Lake Harbor. Direct traffic, we're talking about a bike lane on the State Street plan. Doesn't it make sense to have that nice protection there where there's buffered access for pedestrians and bicycle traffic that would give commuters more of that direct access versus winding through neighborhoods? So back to answer your question, no more than 2 stories. Keep it lower density at that end. I'd love to see a 55 plus at that end instead of the other end. That would be more compatible with the type of neighbors that are in there.
What's an adequate buffer? I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. What's an adequate buffer?
Well, when we're talking about looking at that linear design of State Street, remember that they were showing that there was a bike lane that was separated in some way from the high HOV lane or bus lane. So that looks like that would be a good option for connectivity along State Street that would make it safer for the bikers and more direct.
Insofar as a buffer zone between Fair Oaks and Phase 3.
If it were, what would that buffer look like? I'm not sure. But where there would be private property that would prevent access from coming through. And I know one of the other neighbors had suggested that earlier. There's a spot there where they could put a house and loop it into the street, and then that would stop that from being desirable access.
Mr. Mayor.
Are you through, Council President?
Yes, so I'm understanding that you would like to see some sort of beautification that discourages trespass because it's inconvenient or whatever it's not something that anybody would want to trespass through because of features, I don't know, alligators, whatever it would be, that would cause people to not want to trespass through Fair Oaks.
Yeah, if you had private property there, then people would hopefully they wouldn't come through your backyard.
You'd be surprised.
Well, it's true, and I know that the folks that live next to lot 99 talk about how people come over on the yard, there, and that's, I'm sure, one of the biggest concerns for them is that increased volume. If it's already bad with, what volume there is now, to increase it by that dramatic amount, that's a lot more going through your yard.
Thank you for answering my question. I didn't mean to turn this into a conversation, but thank you.
Thank you. One more.
I didn't come up here expecting a whole bunch of questions. You do that to my colleagues up here.
You've got one more, however.
Mr. Mayor, Ms. Schmel, Thank you for being here and for your comments. Just a quick clarification. You indicated that there was access at Glenwood to the Greenbelt, and what was the other location? Lake Harbor. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further, council? Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Wilfred Lemon signed up, but didn't indicate. Okay. Dan Holler. Mr. Holler, I have you signed up representing Betty Holler and Eric Fogelman. Is that correct?
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Are they here?
They are here.
Okay. You understand you won't be speaking independently. Okay. You have 9 minutes.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I know it's been a long evening, so I'll keep my comments brief. We appreciate the work that you have done on this effort, and we recognize the huge amount of work that and comments that you have to go through to make sure that you obviously are committed to your due diligence, your deliberations, and your analysis of a very important issue that's going to impact not only the citizens in Plantation, but our city as a whole. I live at 6254 North Fair Oaks Place. I've lived there for 29 years with my wife. I've raised our family there, by the way. And we are opposed to the SAP application for a number of reasons. I know you mentioned that the master declaration contract should not be part of the testimony. At least I just want to make a simple statement that in my estimation, it does need to be enforced. It should be determined that it is operative because it is, and it should apply in this case. So I'll be on record for that. The specific area plan applicability is an issue that you asked about. I think Joanne Butler wanted to know the why, and here's the why. The amended specific area plan to build the proposed development is inconsistent with the state specific use permit statute and Garden City's comprehensive plan and code. And I can go into detail about this. The property in the application, especially the phase 3 area that we talked about earlier, again, we're impacted because we live on North Fair Oaks Place. That area does not meet the city's definition as to where an SAP is applicable. According to Ordinance 86B6, quote, an SAP application is encouraged for the development or redevelopment of properties defined in the Garden City Comprehensive Plan as transit-oriented development TOD activity nodes, or as neighborhood destination activity nodes, or as a future planning area, end quote. The phase 3 area as identified on the future land use map is designated for no other use other than park/open space. Furthermore, the State Street corridor study that was alluded to tonight recommends higher density development within a quarter mile of TOD activity nodes, and therefore it is not applicable to the phase 3 area as proposed in the SAP. And specifically, we're talking about the area by North Fair Oaks Place and Charleston Place. It should not be identified as a high density area. There is some relevance, we will grant you, in the application to the neighborhood destination activity node, which is on the comprehensive plan future zoning map and is identified as State Street and Pierce Park, identified as phases 1 and 2 of the proposed development. However, I want to reiterate again, in our minds, it does not apply to the North Fair Oaks area or the Charleston Place area. Also, as to code 85B6, phase 3 of the SAP is not consistent with the Garden City Comprehensive Plan, future land use map, guidelines and designations, and is in conflict with the adjacent R2 neighborhood in that it, 1, contains no adequate zoning standards or design regulations, 2, threatens damage to a distinctive neighborhood, 3, allows damage to existing neighborhood traffic patterns, 4, eliminates open space and landscape, 5, does not provide development that is compatible in height and scale with the existing neighborhoods, 6, does not promote the orderly planning and development of an existing R2 neighborhood, and finally, is contrary to the requirements of code 86B6 in that it does not develop, quote, in a manner highly respectful of the natural setting or, quote, ensure neighborhood compatibility, end quote, or protect an open site in perpetuity, as has been talked about earlier tonight. In short, phase 3 in our minds, and we heard David Leroy talk about this, and we support his words. Phase 3 is a threat to the existing neighborhood with no functional SAP purpose. And I think that's a key phrase, no functional SAP purpose. David Leroy talked about this could be determined to be identified as spot 2 zoning to benefit only the property owner to the detriment of the existing neighborhood. And I believe that is true. Furthermore, this SAP application is in direct conflict with numerous requirements and goals as stated in Garden City Municipal Code Title 8 Development Code, specifically Section 4A-1, purpose, quote, A, to ensure that the development of property protects the public health, safety, and welfare of the community. B, to protect property values and rights of all residents. C, to protect and enhance the community's assets and natural resources. And then also Section 8.6B6, the SAP, quote, the goal of this section is to ensure the orderly planning and development of land by requiring new development to implement the goals and objectives of the city's comprehensive plan, including the future land use map, contribute to the social, economic, and environmental sustainability of the city, develop in a manner that is highly respectful of the natural setting, that is at a human scale, again, human scale, and ensures neighborhood compatibility. And again, designate and protect open site area in perpetuity and remain consistent with the intent of this title. Basically, the SAP in our minds does not meet the requirements for an SAP, and it certainly does not protect, in our minds, the health and safety, welfare of the community by opening up that pathway. People north of State Street having access to our area, thousands of folks on a regular basis, when there's other opportunities along State Street, which has been identified in the State Street corridor with a buffer for the landscaping for the State Street corridor to protect residents who may be walking. You saw that on the map earlier, to protect pedestrians and bicyclists, so they have that buffer along that vision for State Street. I think that's an option there. The legal property in question is nearly 243 acres, and we believe the master plan of that 243 acres should be included in the SAP application, essentially the entire golf course. And that is per applicable Garden City Code, unless, of course, the 22 acres is being subdivided, but we have not seen an application in that regard. The 22 acres is being split out for spot zoning, we believe, which constitutes improper spot zoning under Idaho case law. Garden City's own rezone website specifically and clearly states, quote, the essential things to keep in mind is that the rezone can't constitute spot zoning, and it must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. Furthermore, the elimination of a future land use map area identified for future parks, open space, and green boulevard corridor by a small, localized, and inconsistent zoning area, I'm talking about phase 3, will have negative impacts to the existing neighbors and Garden City citizens and could constitute, again, type 2 spot zoning under Idaho case law. In summary, as members of the Garden City Council, you should not make the findings required under Garden City Ordinance and Development Code Section 8.6B6, specific area plan, to approve this application. Per Garden City Municipal Code Title 8 Development Code, all of the six factual findings stated therein must be made. This proposal fails in that it, one, is not consistent with the Garden City Comprehensive Plan as amended, including the future land use map. 2, does not promote the orderly planning and development of land and does not comply with all city zoning regulations and codes in effect at the time of the SAP application. Garden City Code, finally, my closing statement here, Garden City Code clearly states, quote, if an application does not meet one or more of the criteria above, the application shall be denied, and the reason the application does not meet the finding or findings shall be in writing. Those are my comments. I appreciate your time, and I'll stand for any questions you may have.
You've got 35 seconds.
35. It's better than when I was practicing at home. So.
Well, I can tell. Appreciate your testimony. Any questions for Mr. Holler?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Harn, you mentioned a lot about open space, for that phase 3 area and comprehensive plan. What's your perspective on, I guess, the argument that, you know, when it comes to open space, there's a distinction between public open space versus private, you know, property, and really that the open space ordinance, or however you want to call it, doesn't really apply to private ownership of property.
Well, I will tell you that my wife and I played a key role, at least we thought we did, in the creation of the comprehensive master plan when we were here, sitting in the back room, talking about what the future should be for open space. And we left that meeting thinking that we had secured the future of the golf course by designating it as open space and future park space. That was our thought. And now we are standing before you, in our minds, being threatened by this development, specifically the phase 3 development that has us concerned about the future of our neighborhood too. I think there are ways to mitigate this. I think, you know, private property rights need to be considered, of course, and we appreciate the adjustments that have been made thus far. But as other testimonies indicate, I think there is further room for improvement, so we can be more compatible. I think that's a key. I think existing neighborhoods are key to the fabric of this community, recognizing the historical significance of those who have come before us in the history of this great community that we live in. We want to be able to raise our grandchildren in this vicinity and in this area too. We believe in open space, but we also believe in private property rights and coming to the table in reaching a compromise. And I think a compromise is close at hand, but you have to deal with the issues that have been talked about tonight, that traffic mitigation, the pedestrian and the bicycle pathway that is being proposed by staff, I think is of great concern, and has us very, very concerned about the future of our neighborhood and the tranquility and the safety and all of those things. So hopefully that answers some of your questions.
It did, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
May I?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you, Mr. Holler, for your thoughtful, well-researched and well-articulated comments. We appreciate your homework. Right now you enjoy a bucolic, serene view at the end of your cul-de-sac, and if this is approved, if the applicant's approved, that's going to change. Is there anything that can be done with respect to isolating Fair Oaks from traffic and pedestrian paths and so forth? Tell us what that might be. Is that the planting of dense shrubbery and trees, fences? Is there anything that would satisfy the need of Fair Oaks residents to be isolated from, protected from, maybe is a better word, the development?
Well, I appreciate the question, Council Member Heller, and I will say that David Leroy spoke very articulately and very accurately about the concerns of the neighbors on North Fair Oaks and lowering the density, preventing that connection to North Fair Oaks. I will say that my view is not as great as others. I have a view, I love our neighbors. We have a residential care facility behind us, and somebody alluded to that we need to be a 55 and older. I'm concerned about their view is going to be altered quite a bit because of this proposal here. These are people who are in their golden years finding joy in what they do each and every day, and they have a patio that overlooks the golf course. I would invite all of those Garden City Council members to visit our neighborhood and become acquainted further. And I think that's a valid point if you have the time, and I think you do, to be able to come and visit with our neighbors and see what we're dealing with. But again, David Leroy had some very good points about sort of protecting our area from that onslaught, if you will, of having thousands of individuals, not just from the existing proposed area, 750 apartments, but all of North Boise coming in, assuming that Greenbelt access is going to be there. And that's a big question too right now. So I think there's some valid concerns there.
Thank you, Mr. Holler.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Mr. Mayor, just one question. Is there a big problem with people coming from north of State Street on the Plantation Drive now. I'm not, I don't know. So is that-
Hey, the questions to Mr. Holler. Let's let Mr. Holler answer. Thank you.
and
I
so-
appreciate that.
Yeah, so I'm just not that familiar.
We-
So then the other
Yeah.
question I have is, I think one of the reasons staff has also recommended, the connectivity is just a safety issue, right? So Ms. Thornborough, presented what potential more
Rebuttal and deliberation. Okay, looks like we got everything back. Okay, so while we're stopped, what's the pleasure of the council? You want to continue or
Mr.
not?
Mayor,
Yes,
I prefer to continue so that we can wrap up this segment and the applicant can have the information from the public to prepare a rebuttal at our next meeting.
okay. There's four of you here, so
that's fine with me.
I agree. Okay. I hope you agree, Councilmember Jorgensen. Okay, yes.
Are we recording?
We are.
Can I just ask for a point of order? There was a recommendation or suggestion for on-site visits. I'm gonna give you legal advice. Don't do an on-site visit. Unless it's noticed up and everybody in this room is aware of it and we can all join the council. Don't do on-site visits by yourself. That will cause problems legally. Thank you.
Mr. Holler, I will tell you that this is a small town. And the people up here have been around here a long time. The likelihood that we haven't been on your street is pretty remote. So you can take that for what it's worth. Kathy Grover.
Thank you. My name is Kathy Grover. My address is 6367 West Plantation Lane. I'm not going to be as cogent as Mr. Holler. I'm really tired.
No,
And I'm a senior citizen, unlike most of the people in our subdivision. I take care of my 94-year-old mom, so I speak for her tonight because she's unable to speak. And so I'm tired and my rear end hurts. So I would just like to say what Mr. Holler said. Yeah, I agree with, he was so on point with every point he made. I don't have a prepared speech at all. I just made some notes during the 3 hours of earlier presentation. I think this SAP does not meet the requirements of an SAP. It does not protect the welfare of our community. It lines the pockets of a few people, but it kind of skims the property value off the top of our basically senior community for the benefit of a few. And I don't think that's the objective of a true SAP. It's not compatible with our current single-family home neighborhood. I made some little notes about the spot zoning issue, which I confess I don't totally understand. I think Mr. Holler was very articulate, but I heard people say it's not spot zoning, it's not spot zoning. But because someone says it's not spot zoning, doesn't mean it's not spot zoning. And I could tell as I was watching your faces that many of you could see some of the red flags that came up during the earlier testimony. So I just want to encourage you to think about what you've heard tonight critically. And planning and zoning is good. They're not perfect. In my profession as a CPA, we had a code of ethics that specifically said you may not subordinate judgment, not even to a partner. Cannot subordinate judgment. So I urge you to do that. One more quick point. It was stated tonight as a fact that this is not a quasi-public golf course, but I submit that it is a quasi-public golf course. It's the gem of our city. It's the gem of Boise. If you asked any person on the street in Garden City, they would say, yes, we have ownership. That's our golf course. And I think even in Boise, they would say that. So that's all I have to say.
great. Thanks so much. Any questions, council? Nope. No questions. Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Here's Roan. Here's Roan.
It's late and I'm going to be brief.
What? Give us your name, Mr. Roan.
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, staff, fellow neighbors, my name is Pierce Roan. I live at 3740 North Gramercy in Plantation Subdivision. I am speaking to you tonight in my role as the president and a director of large at Plantation Master Association. I've been in that position for 11 years. And so I'm quite intimately aware of the doctrine of the covenants and the declaration of covenants. Many of my members, including myself, have voted their respective personal opinions on this application. This is not an endorsement or a negative of the application. However, this is the first statement approved by the board of directors for public comment. So anything you have had that was stated by the board of directors is not a legal testimony. The association remains in the position that the master declaration of covenants, conditions, and restrictions of the plantation as amended are in full force and effect and have been since February of 1978. And the subsistence of the CCNRs as well as other governing documents of the association currently speak for themselves. They are legal and recorded. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any
Any
questions,
questions?
council? Thank you, sir. Let's see. John Livingston. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, you were or were not representing? He wasn't. Okay, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Livingston. You're speaking for your wife as well?
Yes, I am.
Huh? No.
They indicated he wanted to speak for it. Is that not correct, John?
Just
No.
give me 1 second and I'll just give me 1 second. I got notes here. Just a minute. I just got to find this because I wrote down who Mr. Leroy is representing. Huh? Okay. Okay, Dodish, Stokowski, Byrne, Ottman, Petiet, Contos, and Stoddard. So that's who Mr. Leroy represents. According to Mr. Leroy. Okay. Okay, that's all I needed to know, sir. Hey, Mr. Livingston, you've got 6 minutes. Just a minute. We got 6 o'clock.
Mayor Evans, members of the city council, thank you for your time. My name is John Livingston, and I live at 6273 North Fair Oaks Place, Garden City, Idaho, 83703. I'm a citizen of Garden City. I live in Garden City and I vote in Garden City. Unlike 60% of the members of the River Club who do not live in Garden City. And I think that that's a very important distinction because many of the people in our neighborhood, 253 neighbors, 70% of us are behind us. And the three clients of Mr. Leroy are also backed by 150 members who are supporting us both in spirit and in their monetary support. So that's important. We represent the people of Garden City. I want to start off, and I honestly mean this. I would like to thank the workers at City Hall, in the Department of Development, the city clerk for helping us file our letters and our paperwork before the city fathers. We neophyte objectors, have we been called, including Mr. Leroy's clients, and 150 neighbors of the Plantation, Riverside, Lake Harbor, and Edgewood communities. Thank you for the patience and the consideration over the past 6 months that you've given us. Thank you. It's been hard sometimes working with us, but you've been always kind, and thank you. I ask that you take seriously the over 500 pages of legal pleadings written by some of the most respected and revered legal minds in the state of Idaho, and reviewed by an equal number of people, over 6 people, lawyers who are very much respected, who live in your community. Out of respect for your constituents and out of respect for those who wrote those pleadings, please read and consider them carefully and thoughtfully. Our position in this case is simple. It's very simple. The master declaration is operative. The SAP is written as non-conforming to the state special use permit statute. The ownership issue remains unresolved. There is no such thing as a prima facie due diligence, as was suggested in the city attorney's letter last week. The city attorney has been placed in an impossible position of supplicant by the applicant, declarant, and owner of the property under review. May I suggest the ownership position be resolved by requiring that the applicant undergo an independent signed partner's forensic audit of the ownership positions so far undeclared or unidentified. Who are the creditors? What recourse do the neighbors have should the property be used as an asset for further adventures in real estate and then have creditor claims come to bear against our legacy.
Mr.
golf course.
Livingston, this line of testimony is beyond the scope of the city council.
Okay, thank you very much for your time.
All right, thank you. Andrea Fogelman. Okay, thank you. You were, Mr. Schmelik gave you his time. Does he have the same feeling? Okay, thank you. Deb Rydell.
I'm Ron Bush.
Oh, just a minute here. Okay, so
I'm going to use my time, if that's acceptable, to read Ron Bush's comments,
okay,
plus a little bit of his time.
okay.
I can't fill his shoes, but he thought this was very important, wanted someone to read his comments. I'm Deb Riedel. I live at 6570 West Plantation Lane. I've been there for 33 years. Mr. Bush lives at 3695 North Gramercy Lane in Garden City, where he's lived for quite a few years. Mayor Evans and members of Garden City Council, my name is Ronald Bush. I am a citizen of Garden City. I have asked Deb Riedel to read my testimony into your record at tonight's meeting, as I am traveling outside the country. But I do very much regret that I cannot be there to address you in person. Thank you for your serious and thoughtful consideration of this dispute. It is, as I have mentioned in prior meetings, a watershed moment for this city. Whatever may become of this application, in whatever final forum that may be, the details of its process to this point and the council's decision will be studied, written about, and commented on in many circles, not just City Hall or in Garden City. You feel the weight of it, I am sure. It is a weight that also sits on the minds and hearts of many of your fellow citizens. I have lived for more than a few trips around the sun and around the earth, but never have I been involved in an endeavor so extraordinary as the opposition against this proposed development, an endeavor in which too many good people to fully count have rallied to defend their homes and their way of life, and to defend their neighbors' homes and their neighbors' way of life. People from many backgrounds, people who have created a wonderful community and who take pride in their homes and neighborhood. I could not be prouder of the conviction and passion they have in taking up this battle. I could not be prouder of the substantive and compelling case they have made based on the facts and Garden City Code that calls out loudly and eloquently for denial of this application. I first became involved in the opposition to this proposed development because I was astonished at the audacity and hubris of the proposal. The astonishing number and size of the proposed buildings, the astonishing number of proposed multifamily units, the astonishing number of people who would live in such units, and the astonishing number of cars and trucks, noise, traffic, overcrowding, and other greatly negative impacts on the existing neighborhood's single-family home environment, especially for those of our neighbors who live most immediately adjacent to the location of the proposed development. It is remarkable in so many ways that such a proposal could ever get to this point, when the existing residential areas of the city, which are most impacted by the development, have been in place for decades, some of them dating back to the 1970s and 80s. But the fact that the proposed development is before you tonight is the culmination of a plan of attack upon those neighborhoods for the benefit of the golf course developer that began more than 3 years ago, when Mr. Taunton sent an email to Jenna Thornborough, copied to Joanne Butler, dated May 5th, 2020, in which he said, "Hi, Jenna. Joanne and I have spent some time exploring a code amendment for the 8-6B-6 specific area plan. We believe that with some additions adopted from Boise's specific plan district's code and some rework of the existing language, the SAP can be transferred into a powerful planning tool for Garden City and developers." Mr. Taunton included a draft amended version of the Garden City specific area plan code and asked for a meeting as soon as possible with Ms. Thornborough and Mr. Wadhams. In short order, the proposed amendment was in front of the city planning bodies and later the council. Now, 3 years later, we know exactly what the transformed, powerful planning tool for Garden City and developers really looks like. The tragedy, of course, for today and for the future is that the missing piece, just as it was missing in May of 2020, is that this transformed, powerful planning tool for Garden City and developers has never meaningfully involved existing communities in our city, such as the plantation subdivisions. That could have been done at any time at the direction of the city or by the developer itself, as it happened in a significant and meaningful way with Boise's Harris Ranch SAP development, with multiple planned substantive meetings over several months involving multiple stakeholders. Such public involvement also could have been done on an ad hoc basis, just as has occurred with many other major SAP process undertaken in the Treasure Valley. But that did not happen with this application. I have heard people say that this application, that high density development is inevitable along State Street. And how are you going to stop them? Well, the legitimate reasons for saying no to such development as proposed in this application is before you in the comments and testimony made in opposition.
You got another minute.
But the discouragement contained in cynicism of such statements is commonplace in our city and elsewhere in the Treasure Valley. So also are the comments about how miserable commutes have become, how horrible and dangerous connector street traffic has become, and how overcrowding and negatively impacted our schools, our recreation, and our basic enjoyments. So I ask the question, who says that high density development is required and inevitable? Here, the zoning doesn't allow for it. Only a decision by this council that would eliminate the protections of single family zoning would allow it. Why is this a good idea? It all seems backward to build extremely dense housing next to single family neighborhoods, exacerbate population growth problems, greatly diminish, and in some instances effectively destroy the quality of life of our existing citizens who live in those single family neighborhoods, and then justify repeating the process repeatedly because we are allowed the harm in the first place. So I can end there. I'm almost done.
Okay, well, I've got to treat everybody the same. You can submit that to the clerk. It will
Okay.
become part of the record and be distributed to the council so they can finish it.
Okay,
Thank you so much.
you're welcome. Who am I giving this to? You?
Give it to the clerk.
Thank you.
I've got, let's see here. Tina Ellis speaking for yourself and Barbara Lee. Is Tina here? Yes, ma'am. Give us your name and address and you'll have 6 minutes.
My name is Tina Ellis and I live at very near to lot 99.
Okay,
And that, of course, has been in conversation this evening, and we believe it to not offer public access. And if read, if the paperwork read, you would see that that is correct. I understand that it's being bumped up to somebody else, but some people.
yeah, lot 99 isn't part of this application.
Pardon?
Lot 99 isn't a part of this application.
Well, it just had come up a few times.
Okay, I just was letting you know. So
Yeah, thanks.
you may continue, but okay.
Part of this application, I hope, has to do with the fact that this is a beautiful piece of property and you don't get the opportunity to have a piece of property like this that is so near the city. The problem that I feel is that as a real estate broker and a person that's also been a property manager, I know what goes on when these things are put up. And I know what it's like to have tenants that are not the good tenants. We've had all that. And so it's not, and when you look at this, this is such a sterile look on this. And people that come to Idaho, they are not looking for for Boise or Garden City to look like Cleveland or the big city they came from. They don't want that. I look at how that design is so slick and, you know, you just think, that doesn't fit here. And I wonder, when I see it, just how many other states have something just like it that developers have traveled to and built and tried to convince people there that, yes, this is what you need. And so to have the opportunity for this type of zoning for them, that's a heyday. And out-of-state people have habit of coming here when they want to develop and they want to tell us what we think and they want to tell us what we need. And they want to tell us how to do it. So I don't think Idahoans work like that. And so I think that some people come here and they see that, oh, we've read it everywhere that Idaho is the place to move to, Boise's the place to move to. But something new is happening. Our real estate prices are going down now. And you've probably, some of you gotten your assessments, it's going down. Well, when that happens and you're gonna build something like this, the materials are not going down. So there's gonna be a cost of development that's gonna be an increase just because of the fact that people are not going to be able to pay rents that they thought were so important to their project. So I say that, and I say that this is not a time for us to just ignore our history. And the golf course here has been here in one form or another for over 100 years. And the beautiful open green space has been right with it. And it's such a wonderful sight to see. Now, Garden City doesn't have a historical society, I'm told, that protects anything historic here. And I think that that's a project that's you'll see going pretty soon. So I just felt like that the project doesn't match us. That third addition that they wanted to, it kind of looked like almost like a football stadium. And, you know, just not like anything that had any kind of a dead feeling is what it had. And with our, everybody wants to be included and, you know, you've got a friendly neighborhood. Well, we've got that. We've got a friendly neighborhood and we've got people that trust us and we trust. And I live in a neighborhood that when I'm driving my car and then I meet a neighbor, I can say, the two turtles are on the rock and they'll know what I mean. I'll end with that.
You got 1 minute.
No, I'm done.
Oh, you're finished? Okay. Any questions, council? Great, thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah. That's okay, David Patterson. While Mr. Patterson's coming up, for the record, in addition to himself, he is representing Lou Stoddard, Mark, Anise, how do you pronounce it?
Yeah, Anus.
That's-
They're on the website. He's right there, Mark Anus.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Alana,
Elena Anus, his wife,
Okay,
and she's
okay.
not very mobile. So she's
Jeannie Patterson,
That's my
Parker Massman, and Gretchen Massman. So you'll have 15 minutes, sir.
Thank you. Hey, you guys are my guys. Bill, do you remember this? You came and delivered that to my home and we sat on my front porch and we talked about it for 20 minutes. What's gonna happen right now? We talked about what might happen and it's going on right now. And anyway, I voted for all you guys. You're my guys. So here we are. Oh, my name is David Patterson. I live at 6326 North Charleston Place here in Garden City, Idaho. And I love it. It's way too much fun. Anyway, it's getting late. I saw you yawning, Bill.
I haven't yawned once.
Anyway, what we're gonna do is, this has been quite a journey. It really has been. And I remember a lot about what we talked about that day, and it's all going good. Really, we're at a fork in the road right now. We're at a place that's gonna make a huge difference 100 years from now, 20 years from now. Once we put this pile of wood up, pretty and all that stuff, it's gonna be there for a long, long time. So what I want to do is I want to talk about what this SAP is all about. You all know I did the parking deal. And you made a decision that night, and I respect that, and I think it's a good decision. I hope that a SAP, I understand, has its own laws within itself. It doesn't have to follow the city code and anything. It can do whatever it wants to do as a SAP. Is that true? Anybody know? Do you know?
It has its
You can't
own,
answer?
okay, this isn't an inquisition here. You're welcome to speak to the code, but an SAP, if you listen to the presentations, has a set of criteria that it has to meet. So yes, it has things that are required of it.
Does it have to follow city code?
We're
Okay,
talking
anyway,
about
we're off
this-
that, we're off that.
Okay.
Let's get done.
Don't conflate the issue before us and the construction application that's going to come later.
Okay,
Right now, we're talking about the SAP as a
Okay.
zoning issue.
so Attorney Wadden there sent a letter out in 2020, in November 2020, and it was a 12-page document. And in that 12 pages, there were 11 questions that if cannot be satisfactorily answered, the proposal should not be adopted. Okay, I'm going to focus on a couple of the questions, not all of them. Question number 8, will the district benefit few landholders while creating negative impacts to surrounding landowners? Now, I'm not going to answer that. I'm going to let Joanne answer that. And Bob, they wrote a response to that. What they wrote was the control of whether any development in the city negatively impacts surrounding landowners rests, of course, with the city through public hearing processes. So in other words, you are the decision makers, whether it helps or hurts, or hinders or affects negatively the landowners. And I think that a lot of people tonight said that it negatively affects it. And you're the judge, according to Joanne. The second question is, question number 9, will the amendment affect a small area and provide private rather than public benefit? Again, Joanne's answer, if I may. Ordinance 1018-20 is a citywide ordinance implemented to benefit the public, for public benefits. And in the city's comprehensive plan, decision body will determine what is public benefits. It's not an attorney, it's not anyone, it's you guys. You guys are gonna make the decision whether this is positive for us or negative for us, and whether it's public benefit or not. That's by definition. Okay, the second question is, should a master environmental impact review or some other review be implemented? Answer from Ms. Butler is that we are not sure what is meant by a master environmental impact review. Hey, that's what it's all about. That's what we're talking about is the environment. Someone ought to take a look at it and see if the environment they're going to put in here matches the environment that's already there, or if it affects neighbors like me negatively. Anyway, she put all the everything back to you guys. It's your decision, not their decision, whether it negatively impacts the neighbors or doesn't impact neighbors. Now, I don't know. And then she finishes up with saying, often city departments and ancillary government agencies often require impact reviews. Did we all do an impact review on this? Like Attorney Watson said to do? Did we do that? I don't think we did do that. Okay, I was gonna go over SAP by the numbers in the SAP. That dog's been put to bed. We're not gonna talk about parking. Although I will say, the sweetness of saving a developer a few dollars will be long forgotten after the daily bitterness of your citizens not having a place to park will be remembered. Okay. Since we were talking about something different tonight, I went and saw the FEMA people in Idaho. I got on my search thing and searched out FEMA in Idaho. And the FEMA people, I'm assuming that they're not going to build this mega project in the floodplain. They're going to stay out of the floodplain. I'd raise it up high enough to be out of the floodplain. What that does is it not only affects the floodplain, but there's the golf course is a channel, a river bottom channel, it looks to me like. And you can see, you can look at, okay, you can't come to my house, but you can stay on State Street and look, and it goes down like a channel would. And the drainage ditch is at the bottom of that channel going from Plantation Manor to Lake Evermore. When they raise that up to the same level as the buildings that are on State Street, that's going to affect two things. Number one, there is no catch basin on the property that's being built on. There's no catch basin on 22 acres. Isn't the law that you have to have a catch basin on your property to control your water, your runoff? Isn't that that's the rule I ran under. That's
Okay.
what I understand the rule is.
Very good.
There is no catch basin on that property. The catch basin is a large lake. That's, if you look, well, okay. It's a large lake. As you came right in, you look right at the lake. What they're going to do there is they're going to dig up that hill right there. It's river bottom hill. It's pit run, and they're going to raise the entire area up to be out of the floodplain. And today, that's 1.5 feet above the government floodplain. If there's no catch basin on that property, where's the water going to go that rains the storm water on that thing? They're going to use the Plantation Golf, well, the River Club Golf Course with a catch basin. That's illegal, isn't it? You cannot have a catch basin that's not on your property. That's a problem. The second problem is they're going to reroute that natural drain that's at the bottom of that old channel, and they're going to bring it right to my house. So that's exciting. So they're going to pump it, they're going to bring it underground and bring it right east of my house. And there's an 82-foot buffer between my property line and their property line. Their property line is going to be out of the floodplain. That means that 82 feet not only has a drain ditch in it, and to go across the drain, you just need sunlight to get across the drain ditch, and also you've got to have the landscape. Well, when I was a young man, about 19 years old, well, 17 years old, it flooded on my farm where I was. What happened is it rained for a while. It got cold, froze, snowed 12 inches. And then 3 days later, it got hot and it rained and our whole farm flooded out. And what's going to happen to that drain water, that storm drain water from that project? Going to come to that, it's not going to go toward State Street. It's going to come toward our property on the golf course, I assume.
Well, Mr. Patterson, you're talking about a future application that's going to come here. And
I'm talking about FEMA, what FEMA says about it. FEMA says that's very concerning. FEMA also said that Garden City is under a FEMA audit right now, an active FEMA audit. Is that correct?
we're not here to answer questions. You
Okay.
give your testimony.
Well, according to FEMA, I called the gal from Idaho Water Resources, and she says a gal named Sarpone, Susan Sarpone or something like that, is actively have an audit, and she doesn't want to get her fingers in the pie. She doesn't want to give her opinion on what's going on, because it's out of her jurisdiction now. So I think that not only is there a problem with the SAP and following what Attorney Wasm said, And according to Joanne, it's your decision to do that, but there's also gonna be flooding problems, it's gonna be terrible. The dike, the levee that's on the river, it has to be certified for FEMA to think it's there. If the levee is not certified, the levee is not there in FEMA's mind. I think it would be nice to have the deep pockets of Lincoln Company property to certify that levee. Wouldn't that be nice? And that would save us all problems. So, you know, the real thing is they gave you a presentation tonight, and there's a 18-page document here about the monetary benefits to the city of doing this development. Well, this is your 30 pieces of silver. If you want to make according to this document, it's going to be $38,700 a year that you're going to make tax-wise. That's hard to believe, but that's what it says right in the document. $30 pieces of silver, or $3,800 federal dollar reserve notes, money, paper money. Okay, what bottom line of the whole thing is this is evil. We put that kind of a project into an R2, one of the nicer subdivisions that you have in this town. Put that kind of project right next to it. I call that evil. Well, the opposite of evil, spelled backwards, EVIL, the opposite way to go, the opposite path is LIVE, it's opposite. If I stay here now 20 years and we don't do this project, and I live there for 20 years, the opposite of live is temple. So my neighbor said, well, hey, come on, you got a dog in the fight. I do have a dog. I don't have a dog. I have the opposite of a dog in the fight. I have a dog in the fight. How many minutes they use?
Well, you've got 2 minutes and 19 seconds left. You did pretty good. You did pretty good.
Anyway, the bottom line is that it's you guys' decision whether this affects us negatively or not. And I think I know the answer, but I think about that is, and it's Charlie's words, not mine. And it's Joanne's words, not mine. Make a decision that you make for yourself. Treat my house and where I live, and it's even worse for other people. Marilyn started out tonight. Her house is 20 feet from a building, but because I'm vocal, they took some townhouse away from my side, and they didn't take any of it from Maryland's side. Anyway, this is God's world. Do I treat it like that? We have to go with love and kindness and beauty and compassion and empathy. And if I got 30 more seconds, I'll just be quiet and let you think about that a while.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Patterson. Any questions, council, Mr. Patterson? Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Dan Harrington. Yep, 3 minutes. Welcome, Mr. Harrington.
Hi, my name's Dan Harrington. I address 112 East 40th Street in Garden City. I have a residence in Garden City. I have a business in Garden City and member of the chamber. I stand here in opposition to the plan, and the details of which have been provided to you in writing based upon my experience doing business with Mr. Gustafson for the last 5 years. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you, sir. Any questions, council? Thank you. Okay. Let's see. Stephen Stearns, is he here? While you're coming up, I'm a little confused, Mr. Stearns, on you're representing yourself and Sharon Grisham. Okay.
the case.
Let me, because I've got about 4 pieces of paper with your name on.
No
So,
worries there.
Let's see, and then I have one where you were giving your time to
Yeah,
Philip
that
Gordon.
was taken for.
Is Phil
that
Gordon
was
here?
already- Phil Gordon I was going to do Miss Ron Bush's stuff originally, but
Okay, we can,
if you, yeah, you just,
so
you have a,
are you speaking for
so
yourself?
I'll
or
speak for
somebody
myself,
else?
yeah.
Okay, so let's,
And I am speaking in opposition, so.
okay, so you've got 3 minutes, sir. Go ahead.
So, and I'll be quick because the hour is late, as Shakespeare says. So Stephen Stearns, 3470 North Plantation River Drive, Garden City, although my driver's license says Boise. And my backyard is Boise. So I'm the neighbor that is adjacent to lot 99. So FYI. So most of the code and everything has already been stated to, Mr. Evans, the council people. I will be directly impacted by the basically the stub as it was described tonight, that basically will ultimately be pedestrian and bicycle heading towards the greenbelt. And I want to just say, as a person who moved here 3 years ago and saw rampant development where I used to live in California, I specifically became an Idahoan because I said, never again would I not speak at a council and speak my mind before basically people who don't respect the local neighborhood gain power and basically destroy it. And I'll close there.
Thank you, sir. Any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Just a minute. Sir, we've got a question for you. Mr. Stearns, go ahead.
Mr. Stearns, I'm not sure I captured it correctly. Did you say you live next to lot 99 or are you?
I am the owner of the parcel next to lot 99, part of Investor on Plantation.
Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now is Philip Gordon here? Okay, sorry. I know. Okay. Okay, I have several who signed up, but checked that they do not want to testify. That Michael Theory.
He's left.
Okay. Just want to, Brantley Bird. Okay,
Mr. Mayor,
these are opposed.
the people that you're reading off, do they say they're, opposed or?
Yeah, I'm sorry. Thank you, council member. Theory is opposed. Scale the project down. Bird is opposed. Let's see. Oh, boy. Old Scheitzer. Kelly is opposed. And Kent Johnson is opposed.
Thank you.
So, as a hand raised. Yes, ma'am. Did you sign up? Okay, well, I somehow missed you. I don't have a sheet. So let's, if you would, come over and sign up and we'll get you testified. I wish I had a handful of endurance awards. For everybody here. Oh. Janelle? Is this Janelle here? Curtis?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Phil Gordon.
We've only fouled up a few of these, right?
Opposed or in favor? Phil
Who?
Gordon.
He was opposed.
Opposed. Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
So many people.
Password, it's like take me to the Wi-Fi exclamation point.
Take me to your leader.
Yeah. That's why I have to.
That were up to me, I would be password.
Mr. Seekers, I think didn't want to.
Don't trust the cloud. For some reason, they think it's not. I don't remember.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay,
Oh, look, I'm wearing the same thing. I do have other
don't,
clothes.
don't go to your seat. Don't go to your seat. Close, we'll take care of it. Chrissy? You know what? You were on here and there was a mistaken check for not to testify.
I'm
So-
sorry. I realized that when I filled out the next
Oh,
one.
oh, okay. So
Sorry, I forgot to check the
my-
box.
My apology. I should have asked you. So,
That's okay.
welcome. And, the floor is yours. You've got 3 minutes.
All right. My name is Christy Kojima. I am, do you need my address? I'm at 6864 West Toby Drive in Boise, Idaho. And I am the president of the Pierce Park Neighborhood Association. So I am one of the neighbors to the north of State Street that I keep hearing about. It's going to come in and kind of ruin the neighborhood. So I'm here. I would like to urge council members to ensure that public pedestrian and bike access between State Street and the Greenbelt at Pierce Park is included in the approved development plan for the River Club. As I listened to all of these testimonies, I admit I felt offended and frustrated as a resident of one of those neighborhoods to the north that the homeowners have talked about. The current lack of routes to the Greenbelt from my neighborhood incur inconvenience, inefficiency, and safety risks. Although residing near the Greenbelt, my neighbors must walk, ride, or more likely drive east or west to access it. There is no direct route to the south of the neighborhood. And from what I have heard today, this has been frustrating enough that since the 90s, people have been sneaking through the course to get to the Greenbelt. The homeowners see this as justifying their need to continue keeping the area closed. I see this as a desperate need for the Greenbelt access in this area. I don't think this means thousands of people will flood their neighborhood and golf course, just that residents in my community might get the opportunity to go for a nice bike ride with their family down the Greenbelt. The River Club was built over 100 years ago when Boise had approximately 1,300 residents. While Garden City and the Greenbelt didn't exist, that is no longer the case. The Greenbelt does exist and is paid for by all taxpayers. The current homeowners don't want to share their access to the Greenbelt, but how is that fair and equitable to all residents? All citizens of Boise and Garden City have paid for the neighborhood's roads, sidewalks, and Greenbelt. Therefore, access points need to be open to the public in locations that are safe and equitable. I'm extremely disappointed that the homeowners, who I am sure access and enjoy the Greenbelt paid for by all citizens, so strongly oppose access for the rest of Boise and Garden City. An increased access point to the Greenbelt will benefit all residents of Boise and Garden City for years to come, including the current residents of the neighborhoods around the River Club. You are here as the City Council to make decisions that benefit and meet the needs of all residents. Given that, it is clear that the right decision for the city is to include public pedestrian and bike access from State Street to the Greenbelt off of Pierce Park Lane.
Thank you. Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
So currently, how do you get to the Greenbelt? Do you go down Plantation Drive and that lot 99 that they're talking about?
No, currently I drive to off of Glenwood.
Okay, by the stadium.
Yeah, State and Glenwood. Yes.
Because my understanding is the new proposal is really, I don't think there's still gonna be Greenbelt access from Pierce Park. Because the golf course there, the access would be either on Plantation Drive or the proposed connectivity. I think I'm.
Say that again. I'm
I
sorry.
said, I don't believe there's Greenbelt access to go down straight down Pierce Park.
No, I know that.
It's either
Right.
down Plantation Boulevard or the connectivity through Fair Oaks.
Yes.
Is there is there a preference one way or the other, whether you just ride your bike and go down Plantation Boulevard and keep going that way, which is what I think the residents of Fair Oaks would prefer versus cutting through this development through Fair Oaks?
So saying if they changed the route that they put the connectivity,
You know, since right now you're driving, I guess you said you're driving over to the stadium.
yes.
If they have the connectivity, you're still gonna drive to the stadium because there's not a connection at Pierce Park. It's all the way at the other end of the development. So you're still gonna drive.
But isn't there an access point you would go into from Pierce Park into the golf course and then connect over?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
There is there. Yes, maybe I'm confused. I'll ask Jen off.
Yeah.
on that.
Okay, any
Who are
further
the
questions?
Access points to Greenbelt. Okay,
Any further questions?
Okay,
I'll answer my question.
all right.
Thanks
thank
so
you.
much.
Thank
And
you.
again, sorry,
Thank you.
I missed you and you
That's
got to
okay.
sit here all evening. So thank you.
Thanks.
Chrissy, would you spell your last name? Thank you.
What'd you say? Barry Kleesmer, okay, and you're representing Mark Vance, is that correct? Okay, that's what I read, okay. Welcome, sir, and you got 6 minutes.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Barry Klesmer at 3470 North Plantation River Drive, Garden City, bordering Lot 99, owned by HOA and is not an easement. I'd like to first off wish everyone a good evening, almost morning, to the mayor, to the council, and to my wonderful neighbors that are still awake. Tonight, some keywords came up. One is that you are decision makers and your decisions have a huge impact on our community, our futures, and those that do come into Garden City. I would like to address some comments and some notes I made from the last zoning commission meeting. Some things were quite concerning to me that others have not brought up this evening. The first were comments by the vice chair of the commission, Kent Brown, who was pretty clear of his support for a stub out on Fair Oaks, and something that he felt would be for a future development, for a future link up. At the time, when he first spoke during deliberations, he had said that the address known as Lot 99, which borders my house and a neighbor, he would not actually discuss at that time. I'm going to move on to Commissioner Montoya. He hit on some key points, which I had not thought of. The main thing he said was that this is not a public destination when it's a closed private golf course and a closed private club, but having a private destination. So in my own words, what I'm hearing is it's a conflict. In my own words, he did bring up it is a private development with private roads, a private club, private golf course, but it's still going to be a destination because the idea is, well, it's a major closed destination hub. It serves a limited purpose. And I found conflict there, but he did vote in favor of it. Commissioner Star Shepherd had asked about greenbelt access from the proposed development. Bob Ton had mentioned that Fair Oaks had undetermined access, but otherwise go down State Street to Plantation River Drive, where I live, to get to the greenbelt, but Lot 99 is to be determined. And I'd also like to give him a thank you for acknowledging that there is wildlife on open space because of their irrigation and keeping that space. So my thanks for highlighting that there is wildlife there due to their efforts. Commissioner Shepherd brought up connectivity access as one of the biggest issues, not parking, not crime, not public transit, not school safety, but basically access was her key issue. And she had called for a future connection for bicycles and pedestrians. Now, going back to Vice Chair Brown, who did say he wants to keep a stub at Fair Oaks, and also that North Plantation River Drive should be in the draft condition or in return to the draft to the council. My main question for this council is, why did he not recuse himself from this commission hearing? He is a resident of Plantation, but did not recuse himself. He's also the vice president of the Plantation HOA and did not recuse himself. Despite the fact that a staff report did do a line item draft where it did call out to pull out Fair Oaks and Lot 99 as it's referred to, during deliberation, he did ask for them to be reinstated to the draft to go to council. As a reminder, Lot 99 is private property. I spoke at the zoning commission in March, addressing the fact that it has been privately owned. It is part of Plantation on the River. That material was supplied to the Garden City attorney as well as ACHD's attorney with proof of ownership, along with the plat map from our HOA president to both attorneys. This was never an issue until the development has been promoting access to the Greenbelt is through our street. Now, I would like to mention that they did have the opportunity, and I did encourage the commissioners to please request this documentation from both the city attorney and ACHD's attorney. I don't know if that was done, but it appears it wasn't, because at this meeting, it was put into the draft, which was then forwarded to yourselves. So again, I have to come back. Did anyone ask if Kent Brown had any conflict of interest? Should he have recused himself as a VP of the Master Plantation HOA, as a resident within the Master Plantation HOA? I found this extreme conflict of interest and an extreme bias that I did not feel was appropriate. But in the meantime, another commissioner, excuse me, because he was not there, Commissioner Matthew Wild, who lives in Plantation, did recuse himself. So I do ask that you put some heavy weight towards this zoning commission report as to why certain things are added. I'd like to add that in late 2022, an ACHD supervisor had come out to our neighborhood to have a meeting with our HOA president regarding the designation of that pathway and access, because signs were placed throughout our street without any homeowner notification. ACHD, upon determining that there was no easement, removed 3 signs that were posted in front of 3 homes on the street, including mine. Things were quiet until this past February, learning that Lot 99 is in dispute. Then it moves on to now it is a Lot 99 disputed easement. By all means, look into Ada County, where you will see that property taxes have been paid for nearly 30 years. It's been insured for over 30 years. So my concern, and I'll just wrap up briefly, thank you, is please, with a grain of salt, if you do send anything back to zoning, please look at the fact that Kent Brown has a conflict of interest.
Okay,
Thank you.
sir. Any questions, council?
Mr. Mayor?
Whoops.
Sorry.
12:03 bedtime.
A little bit. Mr. Fleaser, as I recall, you've previously provided public testimony, and I appreciate the fact that you came forward with solutions and suggestions. I am assuming based on your comments that you are in opposition to this application.
Very much so.
Do you have suggestions? You've heard other conversations about what could be done to remediate this or mediate this to a level of acceptance?
Sure. If it does go back to zoning, it should meet what are the standards in place as far as what the SAP calls out regarding density, the open space plan. Those are essential. I think for the codes at hand, we must reflect what's at need. And I'm sorry if I'm a little tired and battery at 1%. So I think the fact that ownership must be determined and not to deter from the master plans from the grid association. Start there, the actual ownership. And I understand it will be deferred to a later time where the likely will be further issues arising.
Yeah. As a reminder, we have to set that aside.
I understand.
So would a reduction in density, lower heights, any of those appealing or?
I feel for this size and scope within this neighborhood and its history, not to change the zoning codes, not to pursue high density housing. A plan that would be for me acceptable for development is one that does meet the current standards. both on the R2 side, but also looking at what's the traffic implications. There's so many subjects that many people have addressed.
Okay.
Thank
Any,
you.
any further questions? Great. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for hanging in there for however many hours. So, did I miss anyone else? Okay, that's everybody that signed up. I guess a point of order, Mr. Wadums or Ms. Thornborough. Is the rebuttal part of the open public hearing or not? It is, okay. Okay, so we're going to hold the public hearing open for the purpose of the applicant's rebuttal, after which we will turn it to the council to deliberate and make a decision. That'll happen on June 26th.
And Mr. Mayor, just point of order, the rebuttal under our rules are only to rebut what's brought up in the public testimony, not to be bringing up new issues.
Okay, fair enough.
And do we need a motion, Mr. Mayor, to keep the public hearing open?
I don't think so. I'm just going to hold it open. So it stays open because I'm not closing it. So, so anyway, I will accept a motion to continue the hearing until the date certain of June 26th. So I'm sorry, I'm a little tired myself. So
Mr. Mayor,
let's do that. Yes.
I move to adjourn and hold this hearing open until a date certain of June 26th.
Second. Okay, we've got a motion and a second to hold this hearing over till June 26th. Maker of the motion, we won't take further public testimony. It's for the purpose of getting this wrapped up with rebuttal.
For the purpose of rebuttal and.
Okay.
deliberation.
Good with the second.
Yes.
Okay, any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, the clerk call roll.
Councilmember Page,
Yes.
Councilmember Heller,
Yes.
Councilmember Jacobs.
Yes.
Councilmember Jorgensen.
Yes.
Thank you. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
I so move.
Second.
A motion and a second, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Stand adjourned.
Oh, great.
Mr. Harrington.
Thank you.